Welcome in, everybody. Oh, we've got an echo. Let's get rid of that. Better, I think. Hopefully everybody can still hear me. You still hear me? Yes. All right. Welcome in to the level 50 episode of Between Two Bellsprouts. We are joined by a real life Aussie on the ground who's going to tell us absolutely everything that we need to know about level 50. I mean, what else could you ask for? I know that there's only so many Aussies in the world. They're a rare breed. We seem to have a lot of them in the Pogo universe, but somehow we were able to secure one for our stream, the one and only DebbiePebble. We also have secured NHoff, who has some serious feelings on the subject, and another staple in the community. And now I'm hearing a fan of some sort that I wasn't hearing before. Oh, let's see. Are we too loud? How are the audio levels for everybody who is not listening to me? I'm hearing. Okay, now the fan has. I'm hearing a fan at the same time as something else. Some sort of rubbing sound. Okay, I guess we got to keep moving. So we are here to talk about all the things that happened in Pokemon Go this week, and I would say it's pretty fair to say that this is maybe the most colossal amount of information that Niantic has ever dumped on the world, and it included it's possible maybe it's coming from NHoff. I'm not sure though.
Let me try muting.
Okay, let's see if we hear the fan at this point. Okay, at the moment, good. So
Is it bad now?
It didn't seem terrible. It just seemed like it was going along with something else. When other sounds were going on, it was kind of piping in. But hopefully we can move forward and not be too distracted by that. But we got the long-awaited announcement of level 50. We already knew that they were going to give us an XP rework that was going to go to the APAC folks first, the Aussies, the Kiwis, all our friends down there. And what we didn't necessarily know ahead of time was that was going to also go along with the level 50 cap. And so we are now living in divided worlds. Those down there, they are able to unlock those secrets of level 50 that we in the Americas, we're used to being privileged here. We're used to getting things first. We're used to having GoFest on our soil. We're not used to being those who are out of the privileged class. So how does it feel, Debbie, being in the privileged class instead of being one of the beta testers for Community Day where things just go offline?
Yo, plebs. No, hello everybody. I think we always are the guinea pigs for everything. So I suppose I'm used to it when it comes to everything. A note also that yes, Australia is the testers for level 50, but not every person that was level 40 got granted the testing. So I have the testing. My boyfriend doesn't. So he's a bit salty. In my local community, I think I would say a good 60-70% have got the testing and the others don't. So it's not only divided in the world, it's divided within our local communities as well.
Oh man. Now have you seen any explanation as to how that's done, or is that going to be kind of rectified?
I'm not aware. I just imagine it was just let's just do a small sample size and pick a certain amount of people and just test it. I just imagine it was probably something to do with that. I don't have any confirmed information on that, but yeah, it was just more like we woke up that morning and I looked at my account. I was like, oh yeah, all these medals, yes. Because I was just like, oh yeah, I'm Australian, I'll get it anyway. I just thought it was like 100% guaranteed. And then I was getting messages from other people and be like, oh, I wasn't chosen. I'm like, what? There was a choice? Like there was people were choosing people. So yeah, it was interesting that morning because obviously some people felt left out, going, well, why wasn't I picked? Or even some content creators that are Australian didn't get picked as well. So they're like, oh, what do I make now? Because obviously that's going to be a dampener on their content creation, given like other Aussies that do have it. So they can only speculate.
Yeah, that definitely has to be rough. It feels like now the part that I'm not gathering is that they have a lot of different ways of segmenting who they give things to. And we know that they've got geofences. We know that they've got obviously criteria based on level. They've got criteria based on ticketing. But I'm confused as to what they would be doing that would both there. So you think they're geofencing it and they're still within that they're being selective about what they're doing?
I think they just probably picked a number and was just like, all right, we're going to test it on X amount of people. So if you just wasn't captured within that amount, then you're just going to have to wait until they release it worldwide, I imagine. So what, another 7 days? I think 1st of December has been speculated.
Well, and so yeah, I was worried there that maybe you had solid information that I was not aware of. So you think that's likely that we'll get it on December 1st, that'll be the rollout?
I think so. I saw from Pro Planty. He's a South Australian YouTuber, and he's already got an email asking for feedback because he's reached level 41. So I imagine they'll probably gather the feedback in the coming weeks, and anything they need to fix up, they've got time. But I imagine with all the hype that they've put out there, they wouldn't leave it for too long to have, I suppose, this privilege that we have to be only for us.
It seems like this would probably be a bigger headache for them to manage than anything, because when I found out that different people, some people were going to have it and other people were not, the first question that came to my mind is like, what do they do with all of the edge cases, which is usually where they kind of have some issues. I mean, you're always going to have issues with edge cases, but Niantic seems to let a few slip through. So they announced that you wouldn't be able to use things over level 40 in Master League. And then I think that you pointed me to the fact that they announced that they wouldn't allow anything over level 40 in GBLs at all. But those are the only limits that they've imposed so far, right? That you can't use something that's actually over level 40 in GBLs until everyone has it.
Yeah, until everyone has it. Niantic support did put a tweet out in regards to having anything over level 40, that it's only viable to use in raids and you can put it in the gym. For anything to do with GBL, it's not allowed. Now, I haven't tried it myself. Oh gosh, sorry, my internet's gone down.
We still hear you.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, we heard you the whole time, I think.
Gosh. Australian internet. Sorry, what was the question? It was
just the edge cases. And so you said that you haven't personally tested out stuff in GBL. Now, have you powered anything up over level 40? What have you bothered to mess with?
I haven't. I haven't, because I haven't really got a lot of XP candy, XL candy. So XL candy drops at the moment, probably it's chance. So if you catch a Pokemon, you get, I don't know what the chance is, but people are throwing out 20%. But let's run with that. So 1 out of 5 catches, you'll get an XL candy drop. And that is to be used for anything that you want to exceed over level 40. So if you're in a nest, it's definitely doable. For Magma Community Day, I think I got, let me just have a look. I got 117 XL candy, so I probably could power up if I had a 100% magma that I want to push all the way through. But then again, it's very expensive. It will get expensive in regards to dust and rare candy on top as well. So yeah, it's I haven't really done anything in regards to it. I've just kind of been collecting XL candy, just doing what I can. Even I'm not one of those, as I think I'm too casual for this game, seriously. I'm not one of those that will just feel like, oh yeah, I want to get to level 50 now. I'm just kind of like, and because my boyfriend doesn't have it, I'm just like, oh, okay, I won't advance too far. I'll wait for him as well. So it's, yeah, I feel like I'm the worst person to talk about level 50 right now, but
oh no,
in regards to everything, no, I haven't tested it. I haven't tested it.
So I think that the things that you're talking about, I don't know that it's necessarily like being casual about it. It's kind of the push pull that I know that NHoff discusses in some of the things that have been written about level 50 and what it's going to mean to the community. I think that for most of us, it's not that we're casual or not casual. It's just that we have different ways that we kind of enjoy the game. And so, there are truly people who are casual. I don't think any of the people who are truly casual probably stream it as a regular thing. That doesn't really feel casual to me. But like, you're casual about like getting to the goal at a certain time. Like, you don't feel like you have to be the first one to get there. You don't. It's just you have different goals in mind. Your goal is you want to, kind of have the experience with your partner, right? I mean, that's more important to you, that you share it, or that you not like give them some sort of sense of missing out than you like getting to max everything out instantaneously.
Yeah. And I think there's always going to be people that will want to be the first. And right. So I know there's a fair few Australians that are already up to level 44, and they are stuck. They're basically time locked now, because I think level 44 you need to win 30 Ultra League battles in GBL. So obviously that's not available right now. So they're just smashing out all the Great League requirements and just waiting until GBL comes back around. But I'm like, well, GBL, like, obviously now we're in a Kanto Cup, we'll start a new season shortly, but everyone will get locked like from that point anyway. So yeah, I think all the Aussies that are really gunning for it, they're just they're gonna have to wait for another 2 weeks anyway.
Right. And so when we talk about level 50, there's two different aspects to the level 50 release that are kind of parallel, but I think it's easy to confuse the two. We used to have a situation where we can only power something up 2 levels above our current level, but now that's been extended to 10. So effectively, anybody for whom this content has been released, you can power something up to level 50. You aren't level 50. It's kind of, would you say that at this point it's taken on more of a vanity sort of position, where it's just to say that you've done it, or are there actual tangible benefits that you are aware of?
Yeah, there is definitely, like, yes, there's 2 aspects of the level 50. So you have your Pokemon that you can power up all the way, and then there is, like I said, the vanity of having level 50 as your personal rank. Advantages, I suppose, at the moment it's more cosmetic. Right. You get glasses, you get a few items. It's kind of like, obviously, with GBL rank 10, you get a pose. So there's certain things that you get once you're at a certain level. But I think more in a competitive sense, GBL sense, it's going to be really interesting how it's all going to go down. I think, although it is a small sample size as right now, like in a competition sphere, I think that's going to be very interesting when it all comes around. And it gives a lot of incentive for those that got bored with the game. I think with now that people want a grind for XL candy, they want to finish some of the badges. All the badges got reset. Now there's not only bronze, silver, and gold, there's now platinum. So for all those achievement hunters, completionists,
right,
there's another thing to do.
right.
So I think that's good for them. I'm not. So for me, I'm just like, cool. All right, it's a sparkly badge, but that, yeah.
So not necessarily being somebody who cares about that. I guess you sent me some screenshots of some aspects, but did you send anything with regard to the? Thank you for the resub, King of Charmanders. I appreciate that. He noted and how excited he was to see you and hear Debbie, of course.
Hi, King.
Did you throw anything with regard to the badges in there? Because I would be. What kind of progress did you have? Did you have anything where you instantly kind of looked at it and you were? Looks like you've got platinum on maybe the top 5. So some of them were already achieved.
So
I'm just curious what the levels.
Yep. So some of them are already achieved. Yeah.
So which ones did you?
So
Go ahead.
Let me just have a. I don't know if you're going to put it up on the screen, but let me just go to the Discord. So yes, we've got when I had it open, I currently have 5 platinum badges, and I haven't looked at the requirements, but yeah, everything has advanced a little bit more. What I didn't screenshot was the one below it, which was how many like Pokemon typings, and most of my typings were all in platinum except for fighting, ice, dragon, and fairy, which are very uncommon things in Australia to access. So I'm like, oh, okay. It gives me more incentive to be like, oh, it's a fighting type. Okay, I'll catch this, instead of being like, just leaving it alone. So, and they do come with a, if you do get platinum, a +4 whatever type catch bonus as well. So they have upped that again. Another thing to do, another thing to add on there.
Yeah, I think that early on in terms of playing the game, I think that was really the primary motivation to try for me to play the game in any sort of a grindy way, was to get those medals so that they would actually make some sort of objective difference in the game. So it's good to see that for anybody of that mindset, that there's still that to reach for. I think it's pretty easy to forget for those of us who have been level 40 or higher levels for some time and have had those badges, that like when you really start playing this game, especially when you're like throwing regular Pokeballs at things, like some things are just impossible to catch with the base catch rates without these bonuses. So it's not going to be the same level of excitement necessarily as it is to get the medals we've already gotten, but I'm sure that it'll still be an additional way to save on the resources in terms of balls and berries and such. All right, yeah, we finally got we got
like I said, it's just another thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just reiterating what you were saying.
So I don't know if you cut out or if you just stopped speaking. Do you have anything about this update that you are particularly excited by in terms of the way it was announced? Are there things that you think are just really going to be a good thing to add to the game, and things that you're just kind of like, that wasn't for me? I know you said that you're not real into the ticking off the medals and all that, but what does it bring for you?
I mean, like, if we're just talking about the announcement of Go Beyond, there was a lot of things in the blogs, in the how many pages that were there. Obviously, the levels, being a level 50 was introduced, and I think it's still, I still think it's exciting. I may not sound it, but I do. It's just, but I just feel like it's just another thing for me to do, but I'm not competitive in that sense. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I can aim for that or give a little bit more reasoning behind that, but I'm not going to be like grindy for it. The other announcements that were introduced were obviously seasons. And I was really excited because all the time when it was like seasonal things, and we're in the opposite season, being in the Southern Hemisphere. So we get actual Pokemon that is going to be related to our season. So it's going to be boiling hot in summer, and, we're not going to get like Snovers around.
Right.
So I thought that was really cool. Having different seasons, I thought that was really cool. Oh gosh, there was a lot on those announcements. Kalos Pokemon coming out, like just all these other things. So yeah, there was a lot I think there was something for everyone with that announcement. But obviously I could go on about the other announcements, but yeah, level 50 is definitely the one that I was just like, oh, okay, how is this going to be implemented? Because I feel like this is going to be a bit tricky, and I can understand how they put a lot of thought into it as well.
Right. With regard to those XL candies, now you were talking about how many you ended up with for Magmar. I know that there's supposed to be a kind of a conversion you can do of regular candy. Is it 100 per or something along those lines? And how is that implemented in the game?
Yeah. So with it's right where so basically when you go into a Pokemon and then you click on the grill on the bottom right hand side, how it says Pokedex, items, favorite, appraise, transfer, that section.
Yes.
One of them says Candy Arrow, Candy XL.
Okay, so it's a 6.
So that's where you would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, what do you think?
So that's where you would do it.
Do you think that this mechanic is going to heavily favor, if it's left the way it is, do you think it's just going to heavily favor people who were, whether it's tryhards or people who just have insane amounts of resources? Do you think it's going to be difficult for casual people to keep up in terms of having things that are at these high levels? And we'll ignore for the sake of conversation whether those things are actually better or necessary, but like if somebody actually wants to engage with this feature, do you think it's going to take a pretty absurd amount of resources, or do you think it's going to be reasonable?
I think at this stage it's absurd. I think for someone to actually max out something at level 50, as in all the way, it's a ridiculous amount. If I did screenshot the first 2 photos that I sent was of a Shadow Mewtwo. So a Shadow Mewtwo, for me to max it to the next 10 levels is 360 XL candy, and pretty much another 30. Sorry. Another 300k of Stardust.
Right.
So I mean, like, some people will have those resources, but for 360 XL candy, that's a lot of rare candy, and I don't think even the hardest grinders of grinders have that much. To have that conversion of 100, let's call it Mewtwo candy, 100 Mewtwo candy. That is a lot.
Right. And so I think that kind of segues into some of the things that I know that NHoff was writing about. What do you think, NHoff, with regard to the resources that so far we seem to be needing to invest in order to engage with this feature? It's certainly, it's a new thing. We've all been waiting for this for, I would say, a long time. It feels like maybe ever since the Sylph Road Reddit was a thing, people were talking about when are they going to release the level increase, and we've had some hints to it in code for quite some time as well. But now we finally have it. And I think that it will just be very interesting to see how the community and how the players shape this, because it is a new goal. But my initial thought is kind of back to the beginning of the game, where we had the old stacked gym system where you could put multiples of the same thing in a gym. And the dynamic that emerged at that point was that the people who were just insane about the game, in many cases exploiting the game, cheating in the game, would just build up piles of Blissies and Dragonites and Snorlax and throw them in gyms. And it was a very difficult slog for lower level players to kind of keep up, to try and actually engage with the game in a meaningful way, because they just weren't able to do it. And I think that was frustrating to a lower level player who wanted to keep up. And so I'm curious, what do you think? Do you think there are any parallels there? Do you think there are any differences there with regard to how this is going to shake out with the haves and the have-nots, the resource abundant people and the people willing to put a ton of time into this game versus people who treat it a little more casually?
Okay, so let me know if my mic's still messing up at all.
No, you sound fine.
Great. So bringing up the beginning of the game is actually very interesting, because I was a day one player. I remember in like early to mid 2017, people asking, when are we going to get level 50? Right. So it's very interesting now, 4 years into the game's lifespan, now that we have it. I think those early days, like you saw those people who were level 40, like within a few months of the game's release, and they were just using Lucky Aids all the time. Like the amount that people went over the top for Pokemon Go was wild, and it made sense because there was nothing like it ever before. And luckily my local community didn't really have those people that were, ruining the gym system, anything to that effect. But I think now there's a situation where it's almost worse in depending on how you play the game, but especially for the PvP community of haves and have-nots. I know from personal experience because I've played it. I took a break from the end of 2017 until June of last year from the game. And I started Sylph at the Sinister Cup, the start of Season 2. And luckily, Sinister Cup had nothing Community Day-wise, no exclusive moves. They banned Defense Deoxys. It was really great as a first meta. I think maybe Brault's Community Day, I think might have been that month, so Gardevoir and Gallade, but that was it.
Right.
But then my second Sylph meta was Ferocious, which is probably the most infamous in terms of a Community Day move just destroying a meta. I happened to do very well without Last Resort Umbreon. I used Skuntank and Donphan, but I'm not going to pretend it didn't feel bad every time I saw it on the opponent's team. And I didn't have one. It was a situation then where you just lost if you didn't have one in that mirror match, because Umbreon has no other coverage move. A very extreme example. And so I don't think that level 50 is to that degree. And like since then, obviously, there was the December catch-up. I was able to get all my previous Community Day moves. I was able to get Defense Deoxys when it came back. I was able to get one because my raiding community had no interest in Defense Deoxys. And I think I'm at a point in the game where I've like picked up most of the box legendaries that I missed. But because of like my intense play, I've picked up basically everything. Now we have this kind of level 50 situation, which I'm not going to say at all is similar to the same degree as Ferocious was, as Last Resort Umbreon was, but it comes right as Sylph is announcing a new meta with Metacam. And it's very unfortunate with the timing. I'm sure Sylph already had plans for Nightfall when level 50 was announced, but we're seeing a situation where it seems like you can get an okay amount of XL candy from a community day or from a nest. And the nest feature of the game is very much geographically based. It's literally geographically based. So if there's a community, say up here in Boston, if I know someone nearby who also plays PvP, the two of us can go to a nest. We can Pineapple every Metatite. As far as I know, Pineapps can double XL candy. I've done a little bit of digging, but that might be wrong information. But either way, we can catch a ton of Metatite. You can trade them and get XL candy from trading. And at the end of it, maybe not enough to max the rank 1 to level 50, but your Hundo Metatite can hit level 44, level 43.5, I think is the actual number. And from that, it's going to feel bad. Again, it's not the degree of the Umbreon, but you send in your 1431 CP Metacam, and you see a 1499 CP Metacam on the other side, it kind of feels bad. I don't think, again, it's to the same degree as Umbreon. I don't think it's to the same degree as like what we're seeing with Shadows, because now I'm on the other side of the haves, have-nots in the last couple months of Sylph, because in Sunrise, Shadows were allowed, and the legendary birds were allowed. And like I ran a team that had Articuno and Zapdos that I had from boxes, but if someone who's just started playing had one or didn't have one and they played against me, that's kind of a feels bad. Like, I'm not going to say they would say it's unfair, and I didn't think it was unfair when I saw an Umbreon on the other side, on the other team during Ferocious, but it doesn't feel great. This month I'm using a Shadow Shiftry because Shadow Shiftry, in my opinion, in Marsh, is just better. And I've had a lot of opponents that are like, wow, Shadow Shiftry is really strong. And Shadows introduce another problem like that, where limited time windows, you can't trade them. Some of them aren't available anymore. You can't get a Shadow Seedot at the moment. You can't get any of the Shadow Legendaries at the moment, or Shadow Snorlax, or any of these things. So I don't think level 50 is anywhere near those accessibility problems, but I think it's another layer that adds onto this game that by its nature creates this haves and have-not structure. And I think that's inherent to Pokemon Go. I don't think that's anything that Niantic is going to change, or that the Pokemon Company is going to want Niantic to change. It's a collection game at its core. And PvP is this feature of it that, unless you remove from that base feature of collection and of catching things, it's not going to be fixed. Unless you had like rental teams or something super abstract from the game structure as it is at the moment, it's not going to change. But the choices that the features that they implement have, and how they choose to exaggerate or diminish those effects on the resource situation, can have a big change. So right now, like Debbie's saying, the XL candy situation, it isn't great. If a Pokemon doesn't have a community day, it's pretty hard to just grind candy for it. And that creates a weird situation with nests, because Metatite nests, Sableye nests, for Ultra League Skarmory nests. So we're getting a little abstract from specifically the next Sylph meta, but in GBL, there's going to be, I assume, an Ultra League next season. And Skarmory is a Pokemon that nests. And some people are going to have them nearby. Some people won't even be able to go to them because they're in lockdown. Their country is entering a second lockdown. Some people are going to have Swablu candy because they did a ton of the Swablu tasks, and they're going to have an ultra legal area. That's just stronger than their opponent, and it's just another thing that feels bad. And that's, I guess, my biggest gripe with this feature, as well as, again, the added strain that it puts on some of the other problems for newer players that some of Niantic's decisions, or Niantic and the Pokemon Company's decisions, make. So something I point out is their balance changes. There is no kickback to the player. There's no, hey, your Registeel is a lot less powerful now, so we're going to recoup some of your resources that you input into it. So if a player without a ton of dust puts a ton of resources into their Skarmory, well, they're just out that dust if Skarmory gets Brave Bird nerfed, or they just nerf Sky Attack, or whatever it may be, like how they nerf Flash Cannon and Focus Blast on Registeel. So it creates this added feels bad. I want to also say that I'm not blaming Sylph about having Metacham in this next meta. Again, like I said early on, I'm pretty sure they had the meta completely decided before level 50 was even a thing to them. And I don't envy the position that it put them in at all. And it's something that's kind of impossible to police because, okay, you put a limit at, I believe, 1449 is what it hits with Best Buddies at the moment. Well, you could have one that's a hundo that's best buddied, or you could have one that's level 44 and is like 8, 15, 15, or something to that extent. And that creates a kind of like, oh, well, their Pokemon's over level 40, I know because of the Sims, and like this is what should happen. And it's not a pretty situation for Sylph. I don't think they could have handled it in a way where they just banned things over level 41. But it's very uncomfortable how it puts Sylph and how it puts people competing in Sylph.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think if I had to reduce what you're saying and what I've read into a summary that kind of jives as well with my own feeling, is that in the past in the game, when something has been scarce and it's been valuable in the game, one way or another, there's been a way to typically grind for it. It hasn't necessarily been easy. It hasn't necessarily been 100% reliable. You weren't ever guaranteed a hundo Metacham. You weren't ever guaranteed that you would find a reliable Skarmory nest before they were kind of more abundant in different ways. You weren't guaranteed a lot of things, but it was very rarely the case that there was something in any aspect of the game, especially PvP, that was just completely unobtainable for just about anybody until more recently. Like, it seems like more recently the shadow mechanics, the mechanics with the strange eggs, the mechanics with like you said, geographically based things being inaccessible to people, because it's, even though we all understand at its core that this is a geographically based game, the mechanics that they put in place that would reliably deliver some of these things are no longer available to us. And so we're left to sort of what Niantic has given us, and I bring this up all the time, and it really seems to have come into sharper focus now because of level 50, is that instead of the game being more like geographic and biome based, it's more based now on what event is Niantic throwing for us this week, and does it happen to have the spawns that I want or need, or the ones that I haven't held on to, the ones that I don't have access to. And setting aside for the moment these temporary distance trade bonuses that we've gotten, it is outside of that very difficult to trade for the things that you need, which would otherwise be a very reasonable mechanic to expect at least some people to avail themselves of. Not everybody's going to be able to do that, but it does open up possibilities for people. So I think it was always okay to me if somebody had a better this, a better that, or just happened to have a thing that I didn't have, because there was just that dynamic where everybody could build their own team. But more and more, we've gotten to a point where it's like these metas get figured out so rapidly in terms of kind of what an optimal team looks like. And the only thing people are left to do is either play the optimal meta team or counter it hard. And in that event, your choices that you are making with your team are no longer based on like what you're sitting on at your nest, what event is going on. It's basically like, I can either do this or I can't. And the feels bad turns into I just can't. And it's going to push away people who don't have the ability to put together either a hard meta or a hard anti-meta team.
Yeah, I think that's seen more with Sylph than with GBL. Obviously, GBL is starting to feature these Sylph-esque cups. We saw Halloween Cup. You're seeing the Kanto Cup right now. A lot of things that I would say could be seen as heavily inspired by Sylph, or just, very similar in structure. And there is this kind of increased accessibility issue, which I think is largely just from the Shadows being introduced, the Shadow Pokemon. Because before Shadows, you had regionals, you had Tropius, which people just couldn't get if they weren't in Australia Africa. If they weren't in Africa or at certain events or in like South Italy, wherever it was spawning, you had Defense Deoxys, which is always going to be the most clear example of something that has inaccessibility. Actually, the second most. You have people who powered Mew over 1500s before PvP was a thing.
Right.
That is the biggest accessibility issue because we have no indication that that'll ever return. Then you have Defense Deoxys, you have Shadow Legendaries, and you have Shadows that aren't in the rotation at the moment, because those things you cannot go out and catch. You cannot trade for. You can't trade for any Shadows. You can't trade for Defense Deoxys. But there is the indication that they will come back at some point, as opposed to Mew. And then you have like things that are hard to obtain if you don't have a local community, which would be legendaries before you came into the game, community day moves, which now we have elite TMs at least. I will say elite TMs have been a great move from Niantic for accessibility. I will say remote raids have been great, because when Defense Deoxys comes back, maybe you won't need to have a local raiding group who just does raids and isn't interested in PvP, and have to rely on them to do a very hard Tier 5 boss. And if this remote trading thing continues to expand, that's great as well, because trading is another resource in this game, especially lucky trades. And that's another thing that kind of exacerbates this has or has not kind of dynamic in this kind of situation. And having more. There. I think I'm back. I should be.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I think Shadows have been the biggest source of that, and the biggest source of like, oh, I'm facing this team in GBL that has a Shadow Victory Bell, and I know how much people love to hate Shadow Victory Bell. Or I'll say in Ultra League, a Shadow Gallade. Well, Ralts isn't in Shadows at the moment. Even if you could get one, you couldn't TM it. And it's just unfortunate, and it's something that I can't speak of because I'm no longer in the Has-Nots group. I'm no longer in the Has-Nots group from a Dust perspective either. Like, I used to live in suburbia, but then like yesterday was Community Day, and I popped 7 extra incense because I could, and because I could stack the 3 hours for 24 hours, because I live on 3 Pokestops in a gym now. I am the Pokemon Go 1%. That's me up here, and I was able to completely exploit that feature of extra incense. I got 3 shiny Pokemon on that incense. That's other resources that I could trade for rare or PvP Pokemon. I got a rank 1 Magnezone from that incense. It's kind of sounding like a brag at this point, but it's not. It's driving home, like, there is this dynamic, and I was never turned off by it because I just wanted to get better. But I think there is definitely a group of those casual players who see that and they're like, oh, okay, I just can't do that. And that's kind of unfortunate.
I think it kind of drives home, like going back to kind of the early days of Sylph, that the people who seemed to be drawn to it were the people who, you know, already were in kind of the have category. They'd collected stuff. They needed something else to do. They were already preparing for PvP before it happened, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
There were all sorts of different things that drove people into it, but there were also an equal number of things that kind of pushed people away. In terms of like the things that you're going to use, they're not the things that you use for raids. They're not the things that you would have collected if Pokemon Go was your first introduction to the game. And so it feels to me like the dynamics that they're introducing, they're probably going to chase away some of those people where you were early on kind of wondering, like, why won't Bob participate in this Sylph tourney? Like, he is, you know, one of our community. We'd really like to have Bob around, but he's just so turned off by it. And it's going to be those dynamics that you're talking about where it's like,
yes,
you've got the stuff, but your friend that you play with doesn't and probably never will have the interest.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. That's like exactly. Bob, your local raider, isn't going to engage with Sylph because he's like, well, now level 50's out and I can make my level 50 Shadow Tyranitar so I can take down Giratina Origin 10 seconds faster in my raid because my Tyranitar is the top tier, top level. But that's going to cost me 300,000 more dust. So why would I spend 200,000 dust powering up this Meditite or this Frostlass for Nightfall? Because I saw that firsthand. I was in a local community, and they're like, "What? No in-game incentive? Why would I do that?" Now, I will also say to Niantic's credit, or at least to not critique them too hard, there was a bit in that announcement about upcoming changes to XP and Stardust, and it was a very like nebulous thing at the end where it was like all these different features of this game. There might be updates coming soon, and it was like, okay, that could just be anything from nothing to everything, because it was like Stardust and eggs and XP and like, okay, so anything in the game could change. So if we do see a Stardust increase in generation or a decrease in costs, if this feedback period from Australia does hit them with the right stuff, it might not be as bad. And I don't at all want to say that this is eternal. My critique was entirely within like the current structure of the game and how it currently is, and how features have continuously seemed to exacerbate some of those issues. Because yeah, like it's going to be harder to get Bob the Raider to join the game when it's like, oh, well, you see in this meta, Frostlass and a level 50 Medicham together in a core don't really lose to much of anything. And the thing that they do lose to is Shadow Gallade, and you can't get a Shadow Gallade right now. Or like, I'm being a little exaggerated, but right. That is somewhat of what Nightfall looks like. Like, just to be a little dour to some people, but there are other things. There's like a little Ninetales, other stuff, but it's this kind of dynamic where it's like things on top of each other, also being dropped in the midst of a pandemic, also kind of exaggerating this has or has nots in this situation where people can't lucky trade or are reliant on Niantic allowing distance trades. Just lots of layers, and something that I'm very hopeful Niantic gets feedback from, because most of that announcement I'm very excited for. Level 50 for Pokemon, I'm very excited for. I have so many best buddied Pokemon for level 40 that will get better. Some will have to hunt a better IV spread. I'm not excited to have to hunt a better IV spread for Lickitung because it needs Body Slam.
Right.
But I have a hundo best buddied Chansey, which now gets to like 1445. I have both Sandshrew. Sandshrew is my favorite Pokemon.
Nice.
And it gets to like 1450, somewhere in that range. Both of them Alolan and Cantonian. And the Alolan form has some very cool moves. The Cantonian form also, but like not as great, even though it's my favorite.
It needs that.
So like I'm
community.
very. It does. It needs Night Slash. I have a rank 1 Cantonian Sand Slash
Nice.
that was waiting for that community day. But unfortunately, a Palpitoad does hit 1500 before 40. Or before 50. That's my other like favorite, and that everyone from Elfindiel's server is going to freak out about in chat for me mentioning. But like I have the stuff. I have a perfect execute that I'm going to max out that I was already best buddying. I have a 98% shadow execute. Like I'm excited about all that, but it's also like I'm excited because it's toys that I want to play with and that aren't readily available to other people, but that I don't think are overpowered at the moment. That's kind of the balance I like to strike. Like I like Palpitoad because it's a dorky little mud boy dog. That just throws earth powers and water pulses and isn't very strong, but is adorable. I don't love if Chansey is in a meta and it beats 60% of the Pokemon in like the Zero Shield scenario or something wild like that could happen from something like this.
Right.
Because then it's like, oh, I'm at this huge advantage. So I am excited about the update. I'm also giving Niantic as much benefit of the doubt as I can that they are going to change something, because I don't care at all about megas. I really I haven't engaged with that feature more than I had to. Like I evolved a Mega Beedrill because it gave more candy than it cost. And I think I did some Gengar raids because it gave you the costume Gengar. But I haven't really engaged with that system at all. But they've made changes. They've seen like, oh, this is way too costly, and they changed that you get more mega. I want to say mega candy. I forget mega energy. You get more mega. I'm very good at interacting with megas. You get more mega energy from raids now, and if you mega evolve something, you can walk it and get more mega energy. So like, they've noticed and they've made adjustments, and my hope with this system is that they notice and they make adjustments so that maybe the Stardust isn't as crazy, because like even if you have a nest nearby and you go and you grind out your Medicham candy, if you don't have a ton of dust on hand, you might not be able to take it to level 50. If they see that people aren't engaging with the 40 to 50 grind because they don't have the candy, maybe they reduce the cost of XL candy. Maybe they increase the amount of ways that you can get it. Maybe you do get it from a buddy Pokemon. A big example I went to with accessibility is, again, the classic of Defense Deoxys. It maxes over 2,500 now, and it looks really good in Ultra League. But if you can't get the XL candy, what good is it? Right. It's just going to be Johnny over here with his rocker who's walking a Deoxys suspiciously for a month and dumping rare candy into it. And you're going to log into GBL and you're going to send out, your Melmetal, and you're going to see a Defense Deoxys. But it's not going to be, it's going to be like one out of every 300 matches. if they say, oh, we're going to change this, make it a little more accessible, well, then it's easier for you and it's easier for the newcomer, obviously.
So
yeah.
I'm curious, since we might lose Debbie in the next, I think, 20 minutes or so, I'm curious, is Debbie, being somebody who you didn't really do a whole lot of engagement with the PvP feature until later on, and I think at times you've expressed that you do get kind of turned off or worn out by the kind of grind of doing stuff for the different metas. So I'm curious how you feel in terms of your excitement or burnout level, or how you would approach moving forward with either Sylph or GBL stuff. Like, would you interact with it in exactly the same way? Are you gonna be less interested because it's more of a try hard thing now, or more interested because it's just something different for you to play with?
I'm not. I think. I think the excitement level, what I have already, isn't going to change.
We're having trouble hearing, unfortunately, at the moment. I don't know if it's anything on your end that you have any control over. Before you were crystal clear, so I guess we should probably see if anything can clear that up before we move on. That's okay. We are about an hour plus into the episode, and I haven't even heard from any of my Bellsprouts. Alyssa, what do you feel about the level 50 change, and what do you think it's going to mean to you, either in your own play or the way that like ARPVP operates?
So I think getting started is going to be kind of frustrating for everybody while we kind of all get there and get our stuff leveled up and work out those kinks. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it's a really exciting change. And I know in my community, we have seen just like such a resurgence of people who had kind of burnt out from playing and taken a little bit of a break, and now they're excited again to play. And our community is growing. And I think that's so cool, just seeing everybody super pumped to do the grind and to get back into the game. I think those benefits kind of outweigh the frustrations we're going to have with PvP just for a little bit. So I think it's positive.
And I was hearing a little bit of, maybe it's like feedback from something. I don't know if it's close to.
I'll mute again.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
I don't think it's me.
Okay, there we go. So for you, in terms of like excitement level or how you think the game will change, do you see this being a situation where people are going to just all chase the same OP mons, and we're going to end up in kind of just a different equilibrium, if you will, for like what the normal Great League meta is that everybody sees all the time? Or do you think that because it's going to be so expensive that people are going to have more of like maybe their personal take on what's worthy of resources, and we're not all going to have the same things?
I think we're kind of already doing that, aren't we? Like, there are so many of us who have the resources that some of the rest of us might not have. That's kind of what this game is at its core. It's a collecting game. The whole point of the game is to go out there and catch the best things to be able to use. So I'm hearing feedback, and I'm not sure if it's me or somebody else.
I'm hearing typing is what I'm hearing.
Oh, that's not me. No. Yeah, I just think that's kind of the point of the game, is to get us out there and to get us hunting down those great resources that are going to give us the edge up on the competition, whether it be through trades or our own grinding or anything else like that. So I look at this kind of like I look at Heracross. Like, I still don't have one.
Right.
I am like a 2-hour flight away from going to get a Heracross, and I cannot tell you how many times I have tossed that idea around in my head. Like, I'm just going to drop $150 on a plane ticket, go there for 8 hours, catch the damn Heracross, and come back. So it's just, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, we're going to have to just get out there and do it. We can't change Niantic's mind on this. We're going to have to live with it. Complaining about it will probably not change it. So I'm choosing to look at the positive parts of this, how much fun I'm going to have doing a new part of the game. All of my friends that are coming back into the game now that had been kind of done with it. So I'm just excited to get out there and play with them and have a new goal.
The people that
I'll be stuck at level 46 for like forever.
The people that you're seeing coming back into the game locally, are they more your PvP crew? Is it more just everybody all together?
No,
like your original
it
scene?
was hardcore grinders. Yeah, right. Raiders, people who had hit 40 years ago and they are 40 times 8 and they're just kind of bored and there's not much else for them to do but go out there for the events and catch and grind. And that gets old after a while. But now there's more for us to do. So I think it's going to be exciting. Just seeing, who gets to level up first. It won't be me. I'm so behind in terms of XP. Like I haven't worried about XP since the day I hit 40. So that's gonna kind of suck. I think I have like 100,000 XP I need to somehow grind up. So I'll be there by like the next presidential election. See you guys in 4 years.
What do you think of kind of the balance that they struck? A lot of people speculated coming up to it. First, they wanted to know, is all this XP that we're hoarding or not hoarding going to count? And some people wanted to know, is it just going to be a case that you're just going to instantly level up? And they did strike a balance in between, in the sense that the XP counts, but there are a whole lot of other hurdles in the way. What do you think of the way that they did it, in the sense that it still sort of rewards the people who were XP grinders, but doesn't make everybody else feel shut out of it?
I am so glad for that in particular, because everyone that's got so-and-so level 40 times 28, like I hate seeing that, because it's nothing but like a pissing contest at that point. I know this was supposed to be Max's line. I'm sorry. But his was more vulgar than that.
Yes, mine was more extreme.
You can use your imaginations. I can't say that on stream. But I think it's really cool, because now we're not really on even footing, because they've definitely still got the edge. Like there are people in my community who have hundreds of thousands of XP and I don't have anywhere near that. So it will definitely be easier for them, but they still have to do the same like crappy purify a million things that you would never, like why would any of us want to purify anything, let alone 100 of them or however many it was? That's just ridiculous. I'm just glad that they've got to suffer through it too. I think it's going to be fun. I think they were all thinking, like everyone who has all of this XP was like, oh, I'll breeze right to 50. It'll be great. And it's giving all of us a sense of purpose. I just think that's really, really cool.
And so overall, do you think that it's going to revitalize your community for the longer term, just because this is it's gated in so many ways that are just not going to be easily grindable for a lot of people?
Yeah, I think all of us, we all just want to be the very best, like no one ever was. And we all really want to get to 50, whether it be a slow grind or if you want to get there like tomorrow. It's going to give all of us something to do. So the people that were done because they had done everything the game had to offer, they had caught all of the things and their XP was ridiculous and the soloing raids gets boring after a while. But now they've got all of these new challenges and they want to stay the very best that no one ever was. So they need to get to 50 first. And it's going to be great. I'm super pumped to go out there for long grind sessions with friends and get lots of margaritas. And I could not be more excited. A little bit bummed about the PvP thing, but I think it's going to be okay because I've tried to go so much more casual this season and stress out a lot less over it. And this is going to give me something else to do. So now I don't have to focus so much on PvP. I'm still going to do it, but I'm trying to not take losses so hard and not put all of my mental energy into that.
Okay. So far we've had the perspective of, we've had Debbie, who's in the midst of it, but she declares herself a casual. We've got NHoff, who is worried about the PvP community that we're kind of used to not really being able to flourish, I think, in light of these changes. And we've got you kind of sounding like you're changing your focus to, like, you're acknowledging that what you enjoy most about the game is the community, but you're saying it doesn't have to be all PvP, because, you know, when you got into the game, it wasn't all PvP. So you're trying to enjoy that aspect of it. But at the same time, you're saying you think there will be sort of a penalty to those who don't take it seriously in PvP.
I think you could definitely build around the Pokemon without having the level 50 stuff. I think it's in everyone's best interest to have the level 50 stuff as an option. But I mean, it's going to be one of those things. You can do it, and that's great because everybody else will be, or you can play around it and it'll be fine too. I don't think it's a must have. I really don't.
Right.
We're going to be okay.
All right, Max. All right. I'm afraid. I'm afraid what you might say, but what are we going to get from you? What do you think is going to be the impact of this on the community? We know that there's positives and negatives, but do you think overall this level 50 thing is going to be a good thing, and what would make it even better?
So you always get you have the super competitive elite type of group that I want to be the first one to hit level 50. And then there, like in that little dynamic, you have the perspective of people who think if they get it, then they've accomplished, they've climbed Mount Everest. And anyone who doesn't, is a scrub and you suck and all these other lovely toxic things that we love to see. So we're always going to have that. But like my thing was that you have the people who are like level 40 times 40. And some of them, like Gemma is an XP grinder, but he's like a human being about it, and he'll be like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to coordinate my eggs, and oh you're level 40, you just barely hit level 40. Oh, good for you, man. Like, all right, like keep at it, like if the XP is your thing, I can help you and give you some ideas so that way you could be like a level 40 times something if that's your speed or whatever. But if not, hey, different strokes for different folks. And he'll, he's a very cool guy. And then you have the other people who need to measure their wealth with a ruler with their pants down. That's as clean as I can make it.
Call that. There it is.
So, like there's always going to be these type of people, and I'm starting to see some of that now. And it sucks, but that's just how these games are. And or at least they can be with little like sub communities and subcultures and stuff like that within the game. So I try to just look at the people who are trying to be level 45 or whatever as soon as possible. And with me, I'm probably going to be level 40 for like forever. I'm not really looking to hit the different tasks and check all the boxes as quickly as possible. But people who are like have the questions, I'm more than happy to like do some research or send them over to the right people like NHoff, Gemma, you, the Bellsprouts, and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, watch and look and do all these. Here's some resources here that can help you. And then if you just want to like enjoy the game and have a good time, well, look no further than the filthiest of casuals, DebbiePebble. Like that's the beauty about this community, is that there's people that are all these different, sorry AJ, but niches. Everyone has their little perspective of the game and they bring their own little part about it. So, which is cool. And it does reinvigorate the community a bit. Now, here's the rub. It took them, a decade to release something beyond level 40?
Right.
So, and in the main series game, you've always been able to hit a level 100 with your Pokemon.
Right.
So this is level 50. So we're halfway there. Right? In theory, we're halfway there. In theory, we should be hitting level 100 with all of our Pokemon and well, actually, you know what? It's funny. This is the most un-Pokemon game in all of the Pokemon company history. So you have Pokemon, the main series, where you battle to make your Pokemon stronger, form a bond with them. You feel like when you make one of them faint, you're kind of like, there's that one Pokemon when it faints in the main series game, you're kind of like, I'm sorry, I let this happen to you. And then there's the other one that you're like, okay, I'm switching you in, Meat Shield. I don't like you anyways. You're going to die, and I'm going to heal up my pride and joy. So, and you battle and you form like this little bond with your six or whatever it is, your crew, and they get better and they get stronger. In Pokemon Go, your Pokemon don't level up by battling at all. Like you can just have like a couch potato of a Pokemon just there, like your rank 1, just sitting there nice and pretty. And you don't ever have to touch or look at it. But you as a player rank up to level, 50 or whatever it is, and then you max it out and you just like shove candy down its throat and Stardust, and you're kind of like, here you go, like do this line of Stardust. I'm gonna shove all this candy. Oh, no, here's some extra large candy. You just shove it down its throat, and you're like, here, you're level 50. Now go to work. And you just like send this bloated diabetic Pokemon to go fight and rage for you. And so it's like the most un-Pokemon game ever. So like the trainer is actually getting stronger or getting like more experience, and the Pokemon isn't getting any kind of experience. So
what do you think about
it's like a very weird game?
What do you think about the way they bifurcated that in terms of the reaching level 50 is gated, but powering up your level stuff is essentially open to anybody who has gotten to level 40, which is probably going to be the vast majority of people who engage with PvP and who played this game for a while.
The way they're rolling these things out, which is, of course, calculated. Niantic is always 100% calculated. They have to let you everyone power up their Pokemon to level 50. They just have to. If they did anything where it's like, okay, if you hit level 41, now you can level your Pokemon up to level 43, riots, pillaging, just anarchy. Because as you see, there, License to Draw mentioned it. This is kind of like Pokemon Rapture and an APAC, where this is the people who got to experience and be the guinea pigs, and then there's the people who are like, I wanted to be a guinea pig. And it's just kind of like, I'm sorry, but like Debbie lived in a house divided right now. Things are pretty tense there where, it's already bad enough that Debbie gets all the good shinies, and then her boyfriend is literally right there like, where did you get this freaking shiny? Like, what's the CP? It's like, oh, must have been off an incense. And the boyfriend just looks at like, you're walking home. Like that's already bad enough. And now she, of course, the most casual of casuals, queen of the casuals, gets to be in on this like beta testing, and he's just there sitting there like that that Pablo Escobar meme, just kind of just sitting there and going like, I don't want that at all. So he's just sitting there, and so you have like this rapture of the chosen versus the non-chosen, and it kind of makes things feel bad. But outside of that, like they have to let you have level 50 Pokemon immediately, because if not, then you have a whole world of people who are like, well, why can't I? Well, what? I have all this dust, or I have all this XP. Why doesn't it just make me go to level 50? Why can't I just be? And so it just creates more problems than Niantic already creates for itself. So they kind of have to let you just max out your Pokemon immediately, or they need to make it where your Pokemon get to level 50 off of like some kind of thing where you maybe you get like a stone or something where you're kind of like, would you like your Pokemon to be level 50? Yes or no? And you just like, yes, and it costs almost nothing, or something. They gotta really complicate and jank out the system, when just letting you go, okay, I'll max out my Pokemon to 50 as I so please, is just like the easier fix. So I like that. I like how the people who are 40 times 40 don't immediately just get like rewarded for just simply making everybody else suffer with coordinating eggs. To this day, I will not coordinate eggs. Jenny was like, oh, Max, like we're about to go best friends. And like, she's more of like the classic grinder from day one. She's never stopped where she coordinates eggs. And she's like, dude, I'm like, I don't egg. Just I send you a gift. Figure it out. I don't care. It's too much work. I did it once to hit level 40, and I just was like, I was angry at becoming friends with somebody. I was so mad at becoming friends with so many people, because like, okay, community day, that's the only time that you should be really coordinating eggs with friendships and all this stuff, because like you're going to be catching Pokemon anyways. You're going to be cracking like 8 different items at once. Just crack an egg, a starter piece, an incense, crack everything. Freaking just not crack the drug, kids. Just like they would crack everything at once, and and you're going to catch Pokemon for hours. Just do it all then. And everybody was like, yeah, for sure, and then they wouldn't. Oh wait, hold on. Debbie's gonna head out.
Okay, thank you, Debbie, for
I
being here.
should shut up.
I'm sorry that we had the technical issues trying to hear the later part of what you said. We really appreciate you being here.
Bye, Debbie, the best pebble ever.
The best pebble.
So yeah, it's just so much work when the people are like, oh, like they're playing because you can see the recent catches. Like, you're playing, send me a freaking gift, open a freaking, and they're just like, no, and then you're just like, well, I lost out on XP. Then the next day after community, they crack open your gift or you raid with them, and you're just like, son of a like. So it's too much work for me. So I respect the grind for everybody else. And, it's cool that they make these other tasks because then it makes you kind of get involved. Like, maybe you just think that GBLs and PvP is the stupidest thing ever, but now you're forced to do them. And then you find out that they're actually not too bad. Or you're somebody who thinks that raiding is stupid, and then you do it and you're like, it's still stupid, but I did it. I don't know. Like, everyone can still find all the different aspects of the game. And have a good time. And it's not just I did all this work at the beginning and I just get like this immediately to level 50. I like how they kind of balance that out. But damn, that cost to max things out is atrocious. It's hot garbage that you have to spend like $500,000 dust to max something out now.
Right.
And then if it's a shadow, like scientists, this is what you get for getting a shadow almost hundo Mewtwo.
This is karma.
This is not me salty at all or jealous. You got like a really good, like almost a functional hundo shadow Mewtwo.
It's a functional. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, so like that thing, now you have to spend like your life savings. And you have to pull out like a Stardust loan from Niantic or something like that, and you're going to be in debt for life to them. Like, that's what you get. And but that sucks. Honestly, about $500,000 dust, if not more, for one Pokemon. And you kind of have to do that if you want to participate in these GBLs on the Master League rotation. If you want to continue to be on like leaderboards or Pico Libre or something like, yeah, that's harsh, but we'll see if they rebalance that with the guinea pigs known as APAC.
I feel like there's almost certainly going to be some rebalance, but the question is exactly what direction it takes. For you scientists, for somebody who likes to max out Pikachus, who has that Shadow Mewtwo, who likes to engage in PvP, what do you think? Are you going to feel extremely limited in the absence of a rebalance, being able to do the things that you like to do in this game?
No, not really. I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. I mean, always be on the hamster wheel is my new saying. So always be on that grind. I do think that when Megas, like Hoff brought up a good point, because when Megas came out, we were really like upset about them. We were thinking, oh, like this is terrible. This is inaccessible. It's a paywall. It's gonna be terrible. But then like they changed it, so it's like now we have all these mega candy, like these ways to get mega candy. Look at me. See, I'm really good at that too, huh? But mega energy. We have all these like different ways of doing it, like research. We can walk our buddies. So I think honestly in the future for powering up Pokemon with XLs, it's gonna be pretty accessible. I feel like they're gonna give us more options where we can get this XL candy without having to worry about it, and it's gonna be okay. I think so. I think they're probably gonna even discount the price maybe. So I really am not worried about like how they're gonna handle the situation. The only thing, like the biggest thing I'm worried about is what Hoff brings up when she says like people are gonna leave like Sylph and stuff like that. Like myself, like I haven't been super motivated in Sylph recently just because like I've been missing the whole like in-person stuff. That's like a personal thing. I don't want people to stop doing Sylph. In fact, I advocate it. Like I want people to do Sylph, even though I don't do Sylph myself right now. But that's just because like it just keeps the community alive. So I'm not being a hypocrite. I want people to experience something that is beyond GBL, that is actually it's beneficial, and it'll help you grow in your knowledge for PvP. So yeah, okay, yeah, Chaz is a hypocrite too. It's okay. Yeah, see, so he wants people to do Sylph too, and he doesn't do Sylph. So exactly. But I think that
And
yeah,
wants
I
to
don't
see your poly world, by the way.
my Polyworld. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's really cool. I've had him since I was like, I actually brought this to first grade show and tell when I was little. So really, really good memories with this guy.
Alyssa, how hard is that making you awe over there?
It's an awe, but I'm also feeling old as dirt right now.
Yeah.
Because like I was playing Pokemon in like middle school, high school.
Yeah. This is first grade show
crawl
and
back
tell.
into my old person cave now.
Yeah. So yeah, don't feel old, guys, but this is first grade show and tell right here. So anyways,
he says it again.
yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying it. But no, I don't think that it's a huge like problem. I feel like it's gonna get resolved soon. I was initially, I feel like a lot of people were upset over the changes. But honestly, like the whole like XP thing and the tasks, I do kind of wish the tasks were a little bit more challenging, but not too much more challenging, but a little bit more challenging, so that way it would take longer to do the stuff. So that way it wasn't just like bam, you're level 45, bam, you're level 46, like that type of thing. Like it took like a solid week or something, so they could at least prolong their content. But
no, I think you missed the point there, scientist. What? Is that these people, if they made it any harder, the people would still be hitting it at the same rate. They would just be, out there in wind and snow and hurricanes playing the game.
Oh, that's right.
The people who are hitting it are still hardcore. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a really weird balancing act to go. We have to make it easy for the Debbies, but we have to make it difficult for the Gemmas.
No, I get that. And what I was talking about actually to prepare for this whole conversation on yesterday on Community Day was the person that I played with yesterday. He brought up the point that it's COVID, people aren't going outside, and so how does Niantic come out with a system of tasks that doesn't promote people to go outside but can take a long time to do it, and it's really hard to do that. So I feel like the way they did it is probably the best way. But I do wish, obviously, in a world without COVID, I do wish the tasks would take a little bit longer. But I don't know, that's probably just a personal thing, because I know you're saying they would be out in the snow and the whatever. But like that's completely on the person. If the person wants to get hypothermia or like whatever, that's on them. Like that's not on me. I'm gonna take my time. You can go get hypothermia or whatever, but I'm gonna get 45 whenever I want to, So yeah, so like honestly, like you're talking to the guy that maxes Pikachus. So I'm gonna keep doing that and like having fun and doing some PvP here and there and doing like maxing out some fun things. Maybe not the Mewtwo, honestly, max right away. I'll probably wait. But I might. I'm trying to think about what the first thing I want to max is, but it's kind of tough. Oh wait, so for Poliwhirl, did you need a perfect for PvP in the past?
Yes, and it was still low.
Yeah. That means that I have a good Poliwhirl that I can finally use. Yes, awesome at level 50. Okay, I'm so hyped about that.
Subject to change.
Sorry. Yeah, I've always wanted a Poliwhirl.
I'm gonna change the title of this episode to the Ethan's Poliwhirl episode.
Yes, you need to learn about Poliwhirl. Wait, what?
As someone who has a best buddied Poliwhirl, mine's a
I'm sorry.
98, but it's only like level 44, so you can get a better one if it's got worse IVs now. So
Yeah, that's
you're
what I'm
gonna have
saying.
to start grinding Poliwag
Yeah.
nests.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like I have a good PvP Poliwrath that I haven't evolved. So it could be a
Ooh.
good PvP Poliwhirl. That's why I got excited right there, because
Yeah.
I have a bad PvP Poliwhirl that's now a good PvP Poliwhirl. So I'm
That is a
happy.
return.
But it's not returned. Okay.
Oh, now you gotta go get the
Ooh.
other one now.
I don't think it needs return, but regardless, I'm excited.
In one of the obscure future metas, it will.
What does so for you, scientists, if you were to decide what the way that they would change the system to make things more plentiful, what do you think would be the biggest thing for them to prioritize for your own enjoyment of the feature? What would be a way for them to give you more XL candy or make the resources a little bit less taxing?
Maybe they said it's available through trading. What were the other ways again? It was trading. Can you guys help me? I don't
Yeah,
Catching.
so you can get it by
catching.
trading, by catching, yeah, and by transferring. There's
Okay.
a random chance on any given catch. There's a random chance when you transfer it. And supposedly, because I'm relaying this information from sources that have heard it from Aussies, supposedly when you go to trade it, it's rolled on whether or not you get an XL candy when you go into the trade. So you can like back out of the trade and try again until you get an XL candy hit.
Weird.
Yeah. So
Shh, don't tell
Trade Wars hype.
yeah, trade wars hype, and then like
Oh my gosh, this is
if that goes live, it's going to be really weird, especially with like distance trades. If you're like doing your special trade for the day and you're like, okay, I really need an XL candy for my Dialga, we're going to go in and out until it hits. And it's like, okay, but we'll see if that goes live.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that was released. And it's probably just a feature, as Max would say. It's a feature. But
Yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature.
it's a feature. Yeah. But it's just another feature that they have. One of the many features in this game that I am not fond of. But I mean, this is a that sounds amazing. I don't want them to remove it, but they're probably that's gonna happen. And then if they put it, let's see. So maybe some definitely quests would be a start, like Mega Energy. Maybe giving cuz there really, besides PvP, there really isn't an incentive. I mean, some Pokemon are good for raids too, but there really isn't like a huge incentive for like casual people to do rocket stops, I feel like. So why not do like the colorless candies, like the rare candies or whatever,
Colorless
the XL
energy?
not colorless energy. I'm talking about like the non-specific XL candy. We could put
Generic
those
candy.
generic candy. We could put those in the rocket encounters as a random chance when you beat them, or like a rocket leader. I don't know. You could do that too, along with quests.
You mentioned rockets. I remembered another source of candy is eggs, because I thought of the red eggs. But if you hatch like a Beldum, I think you get like 3 Beldum XLs, just since you were asking.
That's cool. Okay. Yeah, so and then what if it was like guaranteed, if after so many species caught, like, you know how they have like a multiplier for species, they do like an XL candy for that species as well. rewarded for like 100 caught, like every 100. They could do that too, instead of it just being random as catches. So I don't know. Those are ideas.
It feels like if they really wanted to do this right, to me, they would both integrate it heavily with the buddy feature and make some changes to the buddy feature to make the buddy feature a little less cumbersome for folks. Because I think that it's not a particularly enjoyed feature. I think that people engage with it begrudgingly, except on a very limited basis.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely putting it in the buddy system. I was trying to think of a way for that to happen, so I didn't know how to say it, but definitely reward from buddies would be nice. Yeah, Huff. Yeah.
So if I can posit a suggestion that kind of goes along with something that Max mentioned earlier, is Pokemon Go doesn't really have any benefit for you battling with your Pokemon.
Right.
So we've seen recently that the buddy system can be made a little more robust than we initially thought. We've seen with Surfetched that it can keep track of you making excellent throws while something's your buddy. We saw with Galarian Yamask that it can tell if you did a raid. So it would be interesting if, say, you have Medicham as your buddy and you use it in a battle and you win, that not that you get an XL candy, because that seems like super accessible, like to the degree that it's not reasonable, but maybe you have a ticker that when it hits 10, you get an XL candy. And yes, like that would open up the door that, you know, you battle your friend and they send out 10 CP Magikarp so that you can grind out a ton of candy. But I also don't see that being like a huge problem.
No. Friend would be the honest way. Alt account is the way that they'd be doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alt account botted.
Yeah.
Tappers.
It's my sister's account. You're an only child.
You set it up while you're asleep.
Auto tap. Jiggly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
But something that, you know, ties it into, maybe you have to use it in raids, like, because that wouldn't be the worst if you're doing like a Alolan Raichu raid and your last slot you throw your Medicham in, and then Niantic still monetizes it in some way because you're using a raid pass. But it's allowing you to have something like a Mewtwo candy that's more accessible, or a Dialga candy that's a little more accessible. Whereas these people are like, you have to walk to the moon this many times to get your Dialga to level 50. And I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. You're either going to dump an obscene amount of rare candy into it, or someone, you know, Johnny Rocker's going to put his phone while he sleeps and get 2 candy a day from his Dialga. I think incorporating it into both the buddy system and raids would be pretty neat. Whether or not that's something that's like a very difficult feature to do like across all Pokemon, because obviously Surfetched and Galarian Yamask, they're like isolated, and it's might be, depending on how it's coded, like only the 2 entities.
Right.
That might be something different entirely, like saving it per species if it's like 10 raids per XL candy. Like, I know that if you remember the old buddy system, it didn't save your distance. So if you walked 15 kilometers with a legendary and then swapped it, you just lost it.
Right.
A lot of, you know, technical things, a lot of, if Niantic even likes that kind of idea, but I think that would be a neat way to tie it back to, like, your Pokemon get stronger when you battle with them, and like very main series game ideas, and allowing more accessibility of XLs while not making it for everyone instantly, getting everything level 50.
I would just love to see a world where there really was kind of that sense that the buddy system, at the end of the day, its primary purpose was to let you kind of power up the thing that you were most drawn to, and it wouldn't necessarily be, you know, game theory ideal in every situation, but like you could get it to the point where you were happy with the results of it, and based on the way you play the game with something that other people are not used to, that you could truly like maximize your own gameplay in a way that's different from other people. Like, I always go back to the fact that like I love PV Poke and Kakuna and everything that they do, but I hate the kind of like algorization of our game to like the point where like we don't think for ourselves, we don't go into metas for ourselves. We don't think through the problems of like, what should my 6th slot be for ourselves. We like, everything is hive minded, and everything is just like thrown out there for a computer to solve. And I don't think that is what made our community great, and I don't think it's what will make our community great. And so I think that there needs to be some dynamic where you're encouraged to diversify what you do, and it's not just metacham OP and game over, everybody just goes down that road. And like, if you were to do that, where people were forced to engage with the buddy mechanic in a way that was personal to them, I feel like that would start taking us down that road. And I would be excited about that kind of a world. And I don't know if that's what we're going to see or not.
Yeah, definitely. Oh dang, I lost that train of thought. Wait, no. Okay, never mind. What I miss the most is Sylph. Like during the times of Boulder Cup and like early Sylph, because there really wasn't a resource like PV Poke or anything like that. Like PV Poke's amazing. Matt's amazing. He's doing some awesome work at PV Poke or through his website. But like having it spelled out and having all these like resources available and like videos, content on Twitch, all that, it's all great. And obviously it gets eyes on Pokemon Go, but I love creativity, and I honestly like I can say from experience, using people's teams is boring. I'm sorry, that's hot take. It's boring. Unless there's a really interesting Pokemon that I really enjoy playing, it's not fun. So yeah. And that's where the hamster wheel comes in, because I'm going to do my sets anyways with someone else's team. And the hypocrite. But that doesn't mean I enjoy it, and I really miss the days where we had to figure out the problems ourselves, and it wasn't necessarily spelled out. That being said, there is a lot of growth, and there is a lot of like newer players coming in, where they have access to these resources, and they're learning a lot more information than they would have during the times of Boulder Cup, like the initial Boulder Cup. So yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. But I do wish that people were incentivized to try newer options, and I don't know how they would do that, really. I think it's more of like just a personal thing, like just exploring yourself and your options in your Pokemon account. Like you don't have to use the meta all the time. You can stray off and do fun things whenever you want. But the most important thing is that you have fun with it, because this is a game. So that is my message. And
Your message.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that's great. Like, I always try to use like a mild spice option, I call it. In like Sinister, I ran Ferrothorn. In Ferocious, I ran Donphan. In Forest, I ran Vespiquen, and like everyone was like freaking out about it afterwards, because I did a practice tournament in Girls at PvP, and like people were bringing in Blaziken against Vespiquen, and then it was like air slashing them down, and Vespiquen was ranked like 80 on PV Poke at the time, and that's what I find really fun about the game. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, you can do very well running the top 6 things, but sometimes it's more fun to blow people completely out of the water.
I remember that you used Vespiquen and you like wrecked me with it in a practice tournament. And then I like liked it so much that I went and built one, and everybody was like, "Ooh, I know how to counter this." And I was like, "The fuck you do?" And then it was great. Oh, loved it. So good.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone could speak to any of this, it's definitely Max. So, like, yeah, it's like, I don't know. He's probably the spiciest set of all of us. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like every time a new meta would come out, I'd be like, okay, what's the big, PvP Steve type of simple meta simplified type of take? I'm like, okay, uh, most of the time you have to run one or two Pokemon, and then the other, I would say like 3 slots would have to be within a certain range, and then the 6th slot was always your flex slot. Like you could always have something spicy, for example, in before the Sinister update, my 6th slot was going to be a Lowland Dug Trio, and it was going to do well until, because like Marowak only had Hex and then Bone Club, so you knew how many hexes it took to a Bone Club. You could just shield and farm down with the Mudslaps, easy. Then it would be like Steelix, easy, and like all these different Pokemon. Then they were like, okay, Alolan Marowak is Fire Spin, great, completely unwinnable matchup. And then it was then they added some other Pokemon, like, and then they're gonna add Jellicent. Like everybody was on the whole, like they're gonna add Jellicent to the meta and everything. It's gonna be added. I was just like, God, what happened? Like my 6th slot just got blown out of the water, and it was just, But that was always the thing, was you always could do kind of like the Ferocious Cup thing, where you had to have Umbreon as like your thing, and Babero as your thing, and then the other 3 were a certain range of things that you could do, and then the 6th slot was, okay, I'm going to run Girafarig. I'm going to run I don't know, some other weird, like Mr. Mime or something like that, like something goofy that you're like, it does, it does one thing and it does one thing well, and that was it. Grumpig is meta license to draw. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. So there was always this kind of like formula that I could figure out to know, this is a meta. Here's like your anti-meta thing or your core breaker, and could do fairly well, but then you could always screw things up. Or stuff like that, and then it would just be like, damn, like or IVs came in and playing, you're like, damn. But it was still fun because you did something on your own. But now just COVID makes the content creation kind of saturated. Everyone's streaming, everyone's making YouTube videos. The technology is readily accessible, and so the market's kind of getting a little bit flooded. So because of that, you're seeing people kind of getting burnt out on stuff because they were literally listening to a podcast while they were watching a Twitch stream, while they were playing the game, all on their phone, while they were, it just was, there was a lot. And so people were just living and breathing this thing 24/7, to where the point where it's, they're kind of burnt out on things like, oh, this meta has the same top 20 Pokemon as all these other metas have. Like, oh, Fairy. Okay, so Charmer.com. Great, oh, Psychics are available. Okay, Hypno. Oh, Hypno's banned. Okay, Gallade, Gardevoir. Like, what other staples come to mind? Like Alakazam, maybe, with Psycho Cut or something, or Mew. Like what? Whenever you name a typing, there's always kind of like the apex predators. So with all those typings coming in, unless new Pokemon are introduced or these move changes happen, everyone kind of has an idea of like, yeah, these things are good. These things are like S tier. These things are A tiers, and then these things are like F tier, and then there's like Maximus use of Pokemon tier underneath that. So, that's just how it is right now, until after COVID, when everybody's like, okay, I don't have time for Pokemon Go because it's Friday night, I'm going to the club. It's Friday night, I'm gonna go play Smash with my friends, or I'm gonna it's Saturday night, I'm gonna go smash one of my friends. There's all these different things that people would do, and they would try to sneak in Pokemon Go on their free time when they could. But now it's just, there's nothing else to do, so this is what I'm doing for a couple of people. So people just get burnt out until things change. This is kind of how it's, it be like that. So
what do you think about Niantic's approach towards doing it now and the way that they did it? And do you think that it was influenced specifically by the times that we're in, or do you think that we were going to get level 50 about now anyway?
A lot of this was we were probably going to get level 50 beforehand, because they had all these events, so I could see the best timeline that we're not living in. We're living in the worst timeline. The best timeline was GoFest 2020, Safari Zone 2020, level 45 being rolled out, and then level 50 being rolled out. New Pokemon coming out, new shinies, all these things that we're getting, these raids and all this stuff would have been rolled out during these events. Like all these different GoFests and type of events that we would be meeting up and having fun and hanging out. And we can't do that. So they were kind of like, well, we have to release this stuff eventually, because if we don't release it now, then all these other things that we have later on down the pipeline can't be pushed. Because if we don't push out level 50, then it doesn't make sense for the other items to happen after. And what sucks is, like, yes, Niantic does think about events, and they have a timeline, they have a schedule of events, and they have forecasts and all these different things that a company does have. But they just don't have proper playtesting, it seems. They don't have like a quality control group that's robust enough. Even though they doubled the size, according to that statement, which, 2 times 2 is 4. So yes, they doubled their testing. We don't know what that meant, and they're not very transparent because they can or whatever it may be. So it's just there's a lot of things that, probably because of the location of their HQ and the fact that, was it Game Freak and the Pokemon Company are in Japan, I believe. Or at least that's where some of the CEOs might be. So normally they just be going back and forth, like traveling and doing stuff. Now they got to do, Zoom meetings and stuff. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work out. And you can't physically be at a location all the time, or they're trying to do social distancing or whatever it may be at the jobs. And, so it probably does make things unnecessarily complicated that they already are struggling at. So we're getting these like half-assed thought out things. But the cool thing is that this half-assed thought out level 50 thing is being tested on a small group of APAC people. So we're not all getting screwed.
So you still think that they're worse off than we are?
Yeah, because they have to, they have to spend dust that they may never get back. They have to spend money that they may never get reimbursed for. They have to do these raids, and if they find out that, like, oh, you spent $300 on raids to complete up to level 45 or whatever it may be, and then it was kind of like, oh, that was too harsh? Okay, we're going to make the paywall like $150 or 3 months of free grinding. It's not like those players are going to get their money back. It's not like those players are going to get some kind of reward or anything. They're doing it, and if people want to, do it and have fun and experience and be on that pioneering forefront, like Zoe is, right? Zoe 2 Dots is pretty much one of the biggest point of contacts for everybody right now, right? Like, she's blowing up more so than before, because it's like it's all on her to play this game, to figure out for us and put it on YouTube and Twitch or whatever her platforms may be. So because she does work with Niantic closely, and so she gets the information and she can kind of like make these videos to push it out, where I'm confused. What the hell does this mean? Am I screwed, or am I like, what does this mean? And so she's pushing it out the day of the announcement, so that way we can all kind of learn and have an understanding. But without her, we'd all be kind of lost, and we'd all be going to Niantic and at their Twitter account or whatever and saying, what does this mean? Sorry, trainer, but the number of questions you've asked this month have already been exceeded to your quota. I cannot give you a free raid pass, but try again next month. And so it's just, we kind of have to wait on here. We have to just hope that it all works out for us when it comes to our time zones. But until then, APAC, it's all on APAC, and it always has been. APAC has always been underappreciated and always kind of getting the rough end of a lot of these releases. And that's why somebody I think in New Zealand got a Thunder Shock Zapdos before the rest of the world. It was like him and maybe one other person were the only ones that had a Thunder Shock Zapdos, or even a Shadow Zapdos before the rest of the world, because Niantic screwed up, gave everybody an Elite Fast TM before everyone else got an Elite Fast TM, and they used it on Zapdos. So like those are the things that happen, and hopefully it works out for everyone in the end.
So what do you think about the timeline that we should expect them to drop another level increase on us? Do you think I'll start with NHoff. What do you think about, say, in a year from now? Do you think that they're going to be telling us level 60 is a thing, or do you think 2 years, 3 years, or do you think we're going to sit on this just as long as we did level 40?
Yeah, so it's an interesting dynamic now that they've made level 50, because if they drop level 60 and it uses XL Candy again, there's going to be Bob the Raider, who has 1,000 XL candies clogging, or rare XL candies clogging up his bag space. Basically every problem that we had with them just increasing to 50 with the current system, because there were people with 1,000 rare candies in their bag, and they would have just dumped them into Dialga and had a level 50 Dialga and put it in a box and said, I'm done with this. I don't have to engage with this feature for this Pokemon, and then go piece by piece. So having XL Candy as different from 40 to 50, yes, it is an accessibility issue. Yes, it's this, that, and the other thing. But it's why someone who has their bag clogged with rare candy can't just immediately bypass the feature. When they try to add level 60 or whatever's next, they either have to create XXL candy or run the same issue. You either get these people who have a ton of XL rare candies accumulated, because it's not going to be rare by the time they drop level 60. Like, that's just how rarity in this game works. Or they have to make something entirely new, an entire third new resource, and then it starts getting out of hand. I think they'd be fine to drop it in another year. I think the biggest thing with this one is they're announcing it and then dropping it immediately, and we have nothing to go off of. And that's where it becomes a huge problem for me in competitive aspect, and in a new trainer being oh, this is just too much of an uphill. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. If we have this time to accumulate and level 50 Pokemon become less of a rarity, and a new trainer who wants to be in PvP is hey, my friend who's getting me into it, do you have an extra level 50 Pokemon you can just trade to me? Right now, someone would be no, that's ridiculous. But in a year, maybe not. Because we have these people who do crazy amounts of grind in the snow and the rain. So Niantic has an interesting problem with the resource they use to push the next step, whether it's 55 or 60 or whatever it may be. Because you're going to either have the hoarders who have it instantly, or you're going to add even more complexity to the leveling system. But I think there's a lot less issues in terms of accessibility, because it's unlikely that they add an XXL candy. I'm going to say that's ridiculous. It's going to start to clog the UI. There's going to be all these different things that are wrong with it. So it's going to probably just be more XL candy, or a mix of XL and regular candy, something to that effect. And it's going to be easier to transition to that from what we have for level 50 than transitioning from candy to, this candy is effectively worthless for your grind from 40 to 50. Yeah, you can do 100 to 1. So at the moment, there's it goes from no preparation to all the preparation. And I think that's actually better for the community, even if there's a clear problem of the hoarders being able to get it instantly.
Right.
Yeah, so I think 60 or whatever could come as easily as a year from now. Depends on how much they're running out of content, what their graphs say of like, oh, the people who have 300 million XP are quitting the game at this rate, and I haven't been in a meeting at Niantic, but those kinds of decision-making things.
So getting more into specifics, we had the announcement this week of the Nightfall Cup that we started to talk about a little bit, and you alluded to the fact that Medicham was going to be a big player. And so getting into kind of the specific details of why this is or isn't an immediate problem. What sorts of things have you seen? I have not digested what it means to have a level 50 perfect Medicham versus the one that would have been perfect before versus just a run-of-the-mill one. What kinds of dynamics are you aware of at this point that seem to be kind of shaping the high-end considerations for what you're going to want to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I have kind of like the day of Nightfall dropping. I'm part of Go Stadium. I get the information a little bit sooner. It wasn't really that much sooner this time around, but we started to dive into what that means. So a PvP perfect Medicham has a chance of beating Wigglytuff or Noctowl if they don't shield, whereas against like a regular best buddied level 40 Medicham, they can just win that matchup, no shield. A top level 50 Medicham can beat an Abomasnow in the 1v2 shield. So if the Abomasnow shields twice and the Medicham only shields once, it can flip the Toxicroak matchup in the one shield. Obviously, the mirror matchup, Medicham's going to have more stats than your opponents if they have it at a lower level. And then there's a few other things that kind of can depend on like the opponent's IVs, like the Quagsire matchup can be kind of finicky. But I wouldn't say it changes, like, it's not like you're beating, 5/6 of the meta instead of 2/3 of the meta. Like, it's not like a huge fractional increase. It is these fringe matchups. I think it's most noticeably going to be in the mirror, which is kind of bait dependent already. So you can overcome it. It's just like kind of bad feeling when, your opponent has more stats than yours, like their Pokemon's objectively better than yours if, depending on how the IVs are. And I think that's the biggest thing that comes from it, which kind of comes from like the shadows as well, is it's not necessarily if something's better, it's just how does it make the player feel? Because like, I think this also comes back to like, a lot of people were like, I'm quitting the game, I'm quitting PvP, whatever, when level 50 as an idea dropped. And like, oh, your Medicham's not that bad, your Sableye not that bad, but to them it feels like this great injustice and all this work that they put in that's now for naught. And that's what's going to just drive their decision making. That's going to be why it's going to be an emotional thing. If I get matched up against a Medicham and theirs is 1500 and mine's 1431, first off, I'm not going to bring a Medicham if I can't make it level 50 because that's just how I play. But if I was in the position of that player, like, that would feel bad. Like, if they lose, they might start to be like, well, did I lose because of that? And again, I don't think this is at all Sylph's fault. I know that they got handed this thing in the middle of their meta, I assume in the middle of their meta production process, and I don't think they can police it at all. It's just like another thing like that. It's like at the moment, like I said, I'm using Shadow Shiftry, and like Shadow Shiftry does some things that regular Shiftry doesn't at all. Like versus like a Alolan Muck right now. It can win the 2-shield matchup if both sides shield twice. And it's like, oh, wow, my Shiftry could never do that. Like, assuming from like an opponent that doesn't have a shadow one. It's just like it feels bad more than whether or not it's really broken or if you really can play around it. And that's a tough thing to balance. Because again, as long as this game exists, there's going to be a haves and has-nots in every aspect of a resource-based game. There's going to be a has and has-nots. It's just very visual, I feel, with some of the recent stuff and with Metacham and with the shadows. Rather than if it's actually broken, which most of the time it isn't. And then, yeah, with Nightfall specifically, you're also... I'm seeing, like, last night, just going on Twitter, and there's just so many people angry because Shadow Victory Bell's legal for the third time this season. And they're like, oh, Shadow Razor Leafers are on the first page of PV Poke for this meta. It's going to be a bad meta. I don't want to play it. And I'm like, it's probably not that bad if you comp your team right and, like, if you play around it. But to the person who doesn't want to do that, it feels bad. And sucks for them not being creative, but also that reflects on the community, because if 5 people quit a 20-person Sylph community, that hurts. That has continuing effects, which is kind of annoying, because sometimes you have to like tug along the person that is a bad sport and that like
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never done that before.
Yeah, and they're like, well, we do need another 2 people to make this a 5-round tournament. Can you please sign up? And they're like, okay, but I'm gonna complain every time the round goes an hour over, or like my opponent had a CP that didn't match their Pokemon, or they registered like Stunky when they meant Skuntank, or whatever.
Right, and you want to make sure that they forfeit all their matches to you, but
yeah. So
yes, those people.
There's this weird dynamic with Sylph, especially where like there's people who feel a certain way, and you have to validate those feelings, because if they ditch, it's going to reflect back on the community, and every person is important. But also there is the very reasonable feels of, I can't get this and this sucks. Or like my Metacham did just lose because they had more stats on their Metacham than mine did. Like, oh, we were down to the 0 shield and they used Psychic and then countered me twice and they still had like 5 HP left, or whatever. A very rare thing to happen in Sylph, I want to say. Like, I want to preface with that, but like, it does feel bad. So, and I don't think it's going to be a huge thing. I don't think this meta is like blown away by the fact that level 50 exists. I just think it's another thing that can contribute to that, and that's unfortunate.
So one of the things that I think is interesting to ponder is that back the times that we are talking about when Sylph was kind of starting out, like I think we all kind of remember those in mixed ways. We remember them as being exciting in the sense that they were new, they were different, they were you didn't see so many of everybody running the same team every time, and it was, you were willing to take that hit of trying to draw somebody in for the point of trying to get them involved, but at the same time it was very difficult to build that community. Whereas over time, it felt like there was some momentum behind it, but the momentum all seemed to be heading towards this kind of homogenous kind of PvP culture where everybody was doing the same thing. Do you think that as we kind of ingest this system or digest this system, that we are going to be left with a reality that is perhaps a little bit more exciting, if you will, in the abstract sense, where you're not necessarily going to know what you're going up against every time. You're not necessarily going to know what the IVs of your opponent's Pokemon likely are, because you can tell, oh, this person's really serious. I can look at the IVs. They're probably this. where you're going to have more thinking to do? Do you think we're going to live in a reality where the top competitors all have this one specific Medicham, or do you think, I mean, I feel like people like Toe Technical and other people who are like at the top of their game, like they popularize a return Sableye, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think his is perfect, but like it's kind of the common wisdom that you want perfect. And so it's like when we lived in this reality that it was more exciting, that there were different things being brought to the table, I think it was kind of before we all kind of took the pill of PvPIVs are the end all be all, because, you know, you talk about the feels bad, and the feels bad is a thing, but it's almost a thing because the community has accepted stat product as a measurement of best. And that was really easy to do, I think, in a situation where the metas were so homogenous, where the mons were so homogenous, where everybody was going to have a hundo Medicham in most cases, and they were going to best buddy it. Like, it was just very easy to make all of these assumptions, and based on that, you could say, well, you got to have the best stat product because it's Medicham, it's under, you've got to. So in this new world, do you think that we actually maybe bypass some of that, because Medicham may be a mon you have to reinvest in, but being kind of top of meta like it is, it's going to still be playable in a variety of IVs. There's going to be new things that people are learning in terms of some of these other mons that are going to be brought into attention that weren't previously at Great League relevance levels. I mean, do you think that might be where we settle, where there's like more excitement, less kind of simming, less, you know, this is what you gotta do kind of thing, and people are feeling bad because they can't do that one thing?
So I think there's a bunch of like all over the place with that. So we're raising the we're raising the ceiling of all these Pokemon. So Medicham can now peek its head up over top of the 1500 CP cap. You're absolutely right. You can have all these different IV ranges, things like Azumarill and Bastiodon can have all these different IV ranges, as opposed to like before with Bastiodon, you wanted like 13, 15, 15, or Azumarill, you wanted like 8, 15, 15, and there wasn't really this flexibility. And that is 100% true. As that ceiling's raised, there's going to be other Sableye and other Medicham. I don't know what those are yet, because it's going to depend on some like the move changes. But like today, I found out, because as you know, Elfindiel's server is all about Whismer. I had a Hundo Whismer that I had evolved into a Loudred, because Loudred hit like 1328 or something before CP. And now it hits 1500 exactly at level 50. I don't think Loudred's going to be the next Medicham or Sableye. It has terrible moves.
Whoa. It does not have terrible moves. It has decent moves.
It gets bite, and it doesn't get stab on bite. I think the other one's Astonish, maybe. I don't remember. But there's going to be, like, for every Medicham and Sableye you bring up over, for every Lickitung, hopefully Chansey isn't the next Medicham in that it's super strong. But you're just moving things up. But with that, you are widening the meta. I mean, Medicham, Sableye, Lickitung, they were all very good, depending on the meta before, and they were very playable. And something like a Palpitoad or a Ledian, they were just a little too understated. They were at like 1320 or 1340, and it was like, these things have decent moves and decent typings, but they just don't have the stats. So now they're going to come up to the 1500s, and they have some more weight to throw around, and that does diversify the meta. That does give people more options, and I think that's great. Like I said at the beginning, I'm very excited personally for level 50. I love having different things to play with. Like, as soon as Lickitung raid day happened, that was like my quickest best buddy I've done. I immediately threw it into Toxic. The Toxic Cup, it was my first 6-0. I beat House Dark with it. Big brag. Now I am bragging. Earlier about the incense, it wasn't. But like that was like great, and it's because it was this new thing that before wasn't viable. Lickitung had no viability before it got body slam, and I think that's great. I think widening things there is a very good virtue to have, and I think this cap definitely does that. I think there's always going to be those tacticals, those Kings or Arrow or whoever. I don't want to use the term try hard negatively because I think it's so often like lobbed as an insult when it's just like these people enjoy the game in a different way. And while it can be very frustrating because a lot of people gravitate towards that and kind of hive mind around it into a way that does homogenize the meta or homogenize how other people play, there's always going to be those people. And I think more options just allows them more frustration with trying to figure out the best thing because it's like, oh, well now, Execute's a thing and Execute beats this IV spread that we thought was really good because it beat, Slowbro or whatever. And it allows the player who's playing for fun, your Timmy over here, to have fun with his level 50 Loudred, or whatever it may be. I do think on an abstract level, removed from resources, removed from feeling bad about your lack of resources, I think this is going to be a great update for the diversity of the game and for the enjoyment of those who are able to invest in things and the enjoyment of the people who do have the resources for it.
From a community building aspect, in terms of that, how do you feel like a casual person's going to engage with this new kind of feature? Like, are they going to have a different response to this, do you think? Do you think that trying to build or sustain communities that we already have is going to be challenging because of the mechanics we've got?
I think that's going to be very, I guess, dependent on the casual and in which way they're casual, but like there's this element of people catering to those 1%ers who are trying to squeeze every drop out of that lemon. Like I put out a graphic today of task encounters that you can save in your research stack until December 1st, and then you can catch it after at the hopes that you get XL candies. And I put it out on Twitter, like tons of people liked it. A lot of those people are people that are in that try hard category because it's like it's that extreme min-maxing. It's getting the last drop out of that lemon. A casual might not even know that the research stack exists. Like I was using that terminology and I'm like, do they know that, when you encounter something and leave, that it goes to the top? So I think the transition from casual player to competitive player, or like just to someone who wants to do Sylph, or GPL or whatever, I think there's going to be quite a bit of hang up on XL candy because they're going to be like, okay, what do I have XL candy of? Well, Magmar. In December's recap, I got a lot of Magikarp candy, and I got a lot of Rhydon candy and Abra candy. But it's not going to be, I went to a nest for 3 hours and caught 500 Skarmory, and I have 200 XL candy for Skarmory. That's just not the way that certain people engage with the game. And I think it's important to balance kind of this critique of the system and of the resources and of the has and the has nots, and like how you critique the implementation of this system and not turning off the audience that doesn't want to do the grind. Because it's easy for me to sit here and say like, oh, level 50 makes PvP inaccessible, and oh, it's going to cause everyone to not want to play Sylph. Because a casual player watching that isn't going to want to try PvP. They're going to be like, oh, this person's telling me how bad everything is. So you have to balance that with also saying to them like, oh, you can be fine without this. And it's a very hard dichotomy to hit. It's a very hard nuance to tell to a newer player. My biggest thing is going to be, if there are people in my communities that come to me, if there's any way that I can help them, obviously, like, hey, this is a very easy way to get X, Y, and Z. Usually task encounters is a fine way because we don't have global trading. So like, it's the best, like, this is how you can alter your gameplay. If there is like global trading or something, it's like, I have a ton of things that I have marked as like donate. I have an old Quagsire that I got a better IV spread for. It's marked donate, an old Altaria. I haven't met anyone in my local community because I moved during a pandemic. But if like someone in the Boston area was like on one of the Discords and like tagged me, I should probably make my tag something about PvP. I usually do that in like all my little Discords. But like, I would be like, sure, like, I have an Altaria you can have. I have a Quagsire you can have. Like, it might not turn out with great IVs, but it's a lot less resource you have to grind, and I'm not going to use it because I have a better one that I prefer. So it's a lot of like the members of the community that did this grind in the past, making sure that they make it easier for the next person. I have like 5 extras of each community day Pokemon that nobody ever asks for, but that I have just like in case. And sometimes it's frustrating because I'm like, nobody's going to want a Frenzy Plant Torterra or a Blast Burn Infernape. And it's like, but what if they do?
You're really speaking to the hoarder mentality in me, yeah, for sure.
Gemma, stop this hoarding madness.
What do you think, Max, as someone who is not a hoarder? What do you think is the best way to kind of think about engaging with this feature for more casual folks, or for us trying to pull casual folks along with us to enjoy the feature as opposed to just dragging them along for the ride?
Well, Hoff, you do need multiple Quagsires, and you shouldn't donate that Quagsire because you need a Quagsire with a different moveset for play testing, so that way you know whether the TM the good one or not to the right moveset, because like maybe Acid Spray, you need an Acid Spray one and then a Stone Edge Earthquake one, or then maybe it gets a new move or one of the moves gets buffed. Like, you have to keep everything. But no, what sucks is that I've seen people do the thing where they're saying, like what Hoff is saying, that I'm just going to donate and maybe it'll work out for you. And a lot of the pillars of a community or the community leaders should probably just do this thing of holding on to like the T-Tars that are crap that they raid with other people. Like how it used to work was, hi, I'm new. I'm a level 25. I want to get into raiding with you guys because I want this legendary. And I try to do it with me and my friend or my girlfriend or my boyfriend or whatever. And like, we can't beat it. And there's like 5 of us. And you look and you're like, well, you're raiding with the Wheezing. Like, of course you're not going to beat this Tyranitar. So before it used to be like, all right, we're going to go, me and you could probably duo this Machamp. And you're going to have a crap Machamp. It doesn't matter. As long as it has 15 attack. Doesn't need to be maxed out. Just use 6 of these that have 15 attack. And then from there, those will be your workhorses to get you the T-Tars. The T-Tars do kind of need to be pretty good. And then you kind of do need to max them out. And those take out like 9 of 10 legendaries. And from then on, you can like build a community of things, and like all the Machamps that you were accumulating, doing or whatever with these people, or the Machops that you're getting from GBLs. You know, in theory, if you're a community leader, it doesn't apply to everybody, but if you're a community leader, then you should be trading these off to newbies. Just like, yeah, just take it. Like, send me a Pidgey. I don't care. Like, and so that way they could possibly get a good one, or something. And then same thing, like you go and you lead these raid trains for T-tars, and then you like donate all the bad T-tars or the extra T-tars that you don't need, and you like send these off to everyone else, and then that's how you build a community. Unfortunately, it's turned into this thing sometimes where it's screw you, figure it out yourself. Here's a video, or like I don't want to waste my raid passes on you to like show you or help you with all this stuff. It's more of like it's me and mine, because I don't want to waste time doing this with you, because I need to go do these legendaries so I can get my Shundo. I need to get my exclusive move ones with good IVs or something like that. Or I'm going with my friends because I cracked an egg and I need this XP or I need this dust. Or people just don't give a shit about other people anymore. And I'm hoping that changes a bit. I mean, you do see pocket communities with that, but you don't see that too much like you used to before. It used to be like on a given day, you walk up to somebody and be like, "Yo, are you doing this?" Whatever. And I met a boyfriend and a girlfriend who were like, "Can I raid with you?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure." Like it was just me, and I was like, "All right." And like this other level 40 person and this other level 40 person, there's 3 level 40s, and I see 2 new people, and they're like, "Oh, can we raid? Like we're trying to take down this whatever." I'm like, "All right, 2 people trying to take down this level 5, probably means that they're trying to dueling and they're struggling." Yeah, 3 of us plus 2, we should be able to get it. They were level 20, and the guy was literally using a coughing. I was like, "Oh God!" And she was like, "Yeah, he's new." And then the girl was like, "Yeah, I'm like, I just barely hit level 30, and like we're trying." I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, and I was like, I spent a pass. We're gonna try it again, 2 or 3 times. And the other 2 people who are like Shiny Hunter, Small Peen, 420 Dab, Shiny Hunter, whatever. Like those are pretty much their usernames. Is like they were like, "Oh, like screw this. I'm not gonna waste my pass. I'm out. We're gonna start a raid train over there." I'm just kind of like, I'm all right. I now have to go over here and be like, "Hey guys, I'm sorry, but you guys aren't leveled up enough. You don't have the right counters. Here you go. Here's a website. Go to like PV whatever. What was it? Was it Poke Battler? Like go to Poke Battler,
Yeah.
and like just visit this website religiously to know the counters. Even if you don't care about the breakpoint charts, or just know you need the counters. Okay, go to PV Poke for these other things. Like here's websites. Hopefully it helps. You're gonna need like 5 people. We do raid trains on Tuesdays or whatever, Saturdays. This is what we do. Oh, no one ever told us. Like we've been raiding here for like a month and no one ever told us. I'm like, all right, like I don't know why. We're supposed to be this community and nobody helping you guys out. Like that sucks. So and you're seeing this a little bit more and more. But it with the remote raid passes, and like Discord is only so many people of the community. I'm hoping that the remote raid passes kind of stick for a little bit longer, even if the world kind of quote unquote opens up. I hope that it kind of sticks around a bit, so that way these people can kind of find their community of people across the world. Because it's cool that I get to talk about Pokemon Go with a couple of people, one of them being local to me, another person being in the Midwest, another person being in the Midwest, another person being on the wrong coast. Like it's really cool that I can talk and have these discussions with everybody. So, and possibly raid with them.
Right. So scientists, what are you thinking in terms of your local community and how it's going to grow or shrink? I know that you have kind of a local PvP Discord, and I think you've said, and you'll probably be mad at me for sharing, that last month you had a bit of an issue and you didn't get a tournament organized. But like, what do you think in terms of like getting enough interest and such for a community like that was kind of established, but we're in pandemic times? Do you think that this level 50 thing is going to be getting enough people back into the game generally, into PvP differences, or do you think that your community is going to continue to have difficulty kind of getting numbers?
Well, my community is really struggling right now. It's really like I see during community days, I see like a couple people in groups here and there, maybe like 2 families in total the entire time, and then like come 1 o'clock, it's just me and Andy walking around UCR, and then we're there until like 5 o'clock, and we're just like, what are we still doing here? Yeah, and then yeah, so and honestly, like the things that Max just shared, like that brought back so many memories, because like I remember people um people coming up to me and some of my friends that I would play with in between classes, and they'd be like, "Hey, uh I'm kind of new to the game. What should I like? I know that you're like one of the community managers or community members for the UCR Discord. Like, what would you recommend I do starting out?" And then I'd be like go into a whole conversation, and then like I'd say to them like, "Oh, I got to go to class right now, but like after class we can meet up and do some like Machamp raids and stuff, and I can help you get some really good raid counters." And they're like, okay. And then like after, sure enough, after class I would go meet them, we'd go do raids, and then like we would meet more people, and we would have like this little like raid train type thing for like newbies kind of. And it was just awesome. Like I love talking with them. um and then like they became like really really strong raiders, and now they're like level 40, and it's just awesome to see that, where you know, they could have been people that were just like, you know, they struggled to find a community at UCR, they just gave up on the game entirely, and then they just don't play. But like in terms of my local community right now, my Discord is like, we only have one Discord, and it houses the PvP aspect with a battlers chat, and then we have like just like the general chat, whatnot. You know, um, it used to be like upwards of 2,000 people active all the time on that Discord, and now it's like one or two, maybe three talking in general like every week. And we still have the only thing that's still going on, that's kind of going like maybe one post a week, is the CP counting game, which I brought up, which I find amusing. But yeah, that's still going. So like, yeah, it's tough because everything's remote now, and we don't really get to see the friendly faces that we used to on community days and events and stuff. So I don't know honestly if level 50 is going to be enough for some people. I thought that you know, with GBL being released, that would incentivize a lot of people to play, maybe from like the people from coming from like VGC and other platforms, but really didn't see a spike in Discord during GBL. So because of the walking requirement. But yeah, we don't see like if I just pull up my Discord right now, it's like in general, like the very last comment was looking for a quick battle in Great League, anyone down? And then like, yeah, you like scroll up, and it's like people trying to like trade Magmars. And this is in general, by the way. This isn't even like, because it used to be super organized. We had
Right.
like a marketplace where people would propose trades and stuff, and we had like wild Pokemon where people would report Pokemon in the wild that they found, like hundos and stuff around a certain area at UCR. Now it's just all done through general. Even raids, it's just all done through general. And
Hey,
it's just
you play this game. Come do this thing with me, whatever it is.
it's all just through general. No one pays attention to any of the neat organized like chats anymore, and it's just kind of sad to see it kind of devolve to that. But at least there's some people talking. So I mean, yeah, there's some posts from community day, but honestly, like not as many as there were. I remember constantly seeing like, I don't know if you guys can relate, probably, but in your local discords you could like almost at any hour of the day you would have someone typing you could see like several people typing or whoever typing at the bottom of the screen in your discords, and now it's just like crickets, and you just have like what I'm saying, where it's like the last comment was yesterday at 8, basically a day ago, and they're asking for a Great League battle. So like,
right, it was annoying to try and keep up with the Discord, but just seeing that somebody was typing most of the time meant that your community had a pulse. Like you weren't the only one out there.
Yeah, it was annoying because like sometimes like, you know, you'd be in class and then you'd have notifications on, and then and then it would be like bing bing bing, and then you'd be like, wow, that's annoying. I'm speaking from experience here, as you can tell.
I could not tell.
Yeah, but and like a lot of the posts were like abstract anime clips, like Pokemon anime clips. My favorite was when my community would post like I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Electabuzz noise from the anime, but something like
why don't you make it for us?
No, I'm not gonna do that. But anytime there was like a announcement or something that we would make, so there was this one guy that would post the Electabuzz clip, and I really appreciated that person. And now they're just not in the chat anymore, and it's really sad. But like, that's a lot of communities are just like kind of fading out because either, you know, it's kind of like another thing too is that it's kind of normal for my community, at least. I don't know about your guys's, but UCR, being that it's a college, we have a lot of college students and they graduate, you know, and a lot of the people that were playing Pokemon Go were freshmen when it came out. And so they're gone now. So like, I'm really
you have
I
the
think I'm the
youngest
only
documented case of empty nest syndrome ever documented because all of your little ones have left the nest.
Exactly. Wait, what did you say? wait, what did you say?
I'm saying you're an empty nester, like parents whose kids have gone off to school. You've your tribe, your little ones have moved on because
they're older than me, but yeah, they're my friends, and it was sad to see some of them to go, but they're really successful now. So, but yeah, it's just things change, and it's a college, being that it's a college community, that's just the natural phase of things. But COVID certainly hasn't helped in terms of keeping things alive on the Discord, for sure. It's been a struggle, and I honestly, like, if I like typed in chat, maybe there would be some resurgence in the chat, because I honestly haven't talked in the Discord for such a long time. Because I don't know, I feel like if someone sees like, you know, like a moderator or admin say something in chat, they'll be like, oh, whoa, what's happening here? I don't know. So maybe if I made announcements and stuff, because we had like an announcement page too, but that hasn't been updated since like April. So, and most of it's on me, but like I just haven't updated. We used to do like these comprehensive updates, like we would type up like what was in the latest patch, that way people wouldn't have to read it. So I like took time out of my day to type the updates out and then put it in the announcements in a condensed format. But I just haven't done that recently because of school and work, and it's COVID. So yeah, I if I started doing that again, maybe there'd be interest. But yeah, it's been a while since I've done something like that. So yeah,
we won't let you stew in your shame anymore. Alyssa,
yeah, okay.
As somebody who has taken on, like, you've got the AR PvP, and then there's the separate thing. What's the separate server you guys have started for other competitions and the like? Combat. So it strikes me that a server like that kind of comes out of a lack of enough goals to do in the game, and so you guys kind of created goals for yourself. Do you think that the interest in something like that is going to go up or down on the basis of them like specifically giving us in-game stuff to do? It kind of feels like the analog to GBL versus Sylph. It's like, well, why do I do these things that somebody tells me to do when I can just do the stuff Niantic tells me to do, and that's just easier to follow? Do you think that you're going to have trouble growing and maintaining that, or do you think that is going to flourish because, you know, the game is just going to see a resurgence as a whole, maybe?
So I didn't start combat.
Okay.
A friend of mine did, and I was just kind of on board to help him get it off the ground. So I don't know if I want to take ownership of that, because it's definitely not my thing. I'm just helping out.
Right.
I think it's going to be kind of like the GBL and Sylph thing. Like, we're seeing a lot of people kind of move their focus away from Sylph and towards GBL because it's a Niantic thing and it's there and it's accessible. And I don't agree with that, because I feel like Sylph is what started us all in this Battlers community that we have. So I would really like to see a lot of us stick with Sylph, but Niantic has thrown GBL in the game and it's accessible. And I think it's going to kind of be like that. There's so much stuff to do in game now that I do think less of us are going to start seeking out things outside of the game to occupy our time, because now we're going to have so much to do in the game. So I'm not sure free time will be as plentiful. Like, if we've got free time to play the game, we're probably going to go out and grind our way to 50, not think about how many raids we need to get the lowest time on, or competing in tournaments that are unranked and just for fun. The whole purpose of that combat server was to kind of bring our communities together, the different aspects of our communities, like the PvPers and the shiny hunters and the raiders, to give them a goal to work together for. And I think it's been really cool to see some communities do that. But I do think everyone's going to kind of be focused on other stuff coming up. I don't want to see that server die or anything. But yeah, I do think priorities are going to be elsewhere.
What do you think would be the best kind of response that communities could have in terms of trying to say leverage the things that are coming out in the game and try and use that to do more building of community, as opposed to kind of letting Niantic steer the ship, if you will?
I think that this game, it can be a solo show if you want it to be. It can be a thing you do by yourself, and you can grind your way to 50 all by yourself if that's what you want to do. And you can ignore the trades and just do raids with people when you need extra bodies to, to beat that boss. But it's more fun when you've got a community behind you and when you've got friends to do it with. And I think it's really important that we all remember that. And it's not some massive pissing contest to see who can get to 50 first, but, work with your friends and have fun doing it. It's not a race.
Right.
I guess it's kind of a race. I'm not racing. If I were racing, I would lose.
All right. And along with all of these announcements, I mean, there's still certainly so much more to think about in terms of level 50, but I mean, it's basically going to be our new existence for the foreseeable future, so we can continue to digest that. But along with that announcement, we got so many other announcements, and one of them that we were going to start getting Kalos Pokemon soon as well. What do you guys think about that in terms of development for the game? Because to me, we could debate about things like the timeliness of it. Do we really want to be releasing new Pokemon in the wild during this kind of pandemic situation, or do we want to hold off on stuff like that? But you combine that with level 50 dropping at approximately the same time, and it feels like we're going to be looking at probably some very different metas than we've become used to, and we might no longer have to sit on necessarily the same stale assumptions we've had, where like maybe something will get switched up, but at the end of the day, Azumarill is still where it's at. that kind of thing. Do you think that we are going to see a lot of differences? And I mean, just the sheer number of Pokemon is getting to the point now where there's always going to be options.
I think December is going to be busy as hell. Like we are all going to be, we're going to have stuff to do all month long.
I am wondering, one of the things that always was exciting for me before there was PvP was the release of the new Pokemon and the shadows on the screen, the silhouettes, if you will, the original shadows, not the new kind of shadows that give some frustration. And what do you think about that in an environment where so many people are playing from home primarily or playing in cars? Do you think that we're gonna be able to recapture the fun of a new generation release with chasing shadows when everybody's just kind of like, well, I can't really be bothered to do that, or only people who are really diehard into it can?
We're going to do it. We're all going to do it. Anyone who's still playing this game at this point, years later, there's not a chance y'all are not going to do it. Like, we're all going to get in our cars. We're going to go find the things. We're going to be excited when we see the first one. We're going to post it in our servers. That's just it is what it is at this point. We're all nerdy kids who are still playing the game. We're going to be excited for the new stuff. Anyone who's like, oh, whatever, it's new stuff. Like, I don't believe you. You're a liar. You wouldn't be playing this game if you were not into it.
Oh, whatever. It's new stuff. I don't care.
I don't believe you. Not a chance. You're going to be so pumped when you go find your first little Fennekin, that little cutie. You're going to be happy about it.
I don't even know what Kalos looks like. All I know is Greninja.
None of them? Oh
no,
my goodness.
All I know is Greninja, and that's because of Ash's Greninja, which all of the fandom like squeals over. And I'm like, I don't know what that... I don't know what the difference is.
Filthy casual.
I guarantee you know something other than Greninja.
I guarantee you do too. I feel like, yeah.
Because there is one Pokemon in Kalos that I am so excited about because it's one of the best Pokemon in all of Pokemon, and that is Sylveon. And I'm so excited for Sylveon.
Oh yeah, honestly, I'm so excited for Sylveon. To be honest, I've been saving EVs. Oh my, yeah, Sylveon's.
That's the fairy Eevee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is anybody else a little bit salty about Klefki?
Being only in France.
little salty.
Which one's Klefki? Hold on. You see, like,
it's
I
like
don't know.
a key ring.
It's like a key ring, yeah.
Steel
they were
Fairy.
running out of ideas.
One.
Yeah. We're getting to the point where they're like, oh, I don't know what else to make a Pokemon out of. How about a key ring?
Though, like, Klefki's kind of nice because it's at least it's like competitive in the games, but I don't know if it's competitive in Pogo. So we'll have to see. I'm hoping so, but
it could be worse. It could be that, like, was it the ship wheel or anchor that everybody was like, what the hell is this?
Oh man.
Klefki is very interesting in if it becomes viable because they're always limited by like what moves they can learn.
Right.
I forget, there were like 4 moves that it could learn, and like 2 of them were like takedown or tackle. One of them was hidden power, which has never been good, and then one of them's lock on. And I'm like, this is very feast or famine. Either this thing's gonna be useless or it's gonna be great. I also find it hilarious that it learns lock on because it's keys and
that right?
a lock. I'm like, that's a little cheeky.
I think
that's gonna be.
You can learn lock on without actually being good, as Porygon has shown us in the past. So
yeah, I think with its typing and like with all that, like what Scientist was saying, it's like it's gonna be very uncomfortable if this is another Tropius kind of thing.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm.
Especially given that you can't really just fly to France right now. So that'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if they put it in raids or if they, open up trading even further. A lot of stuff that's up in the air around that.
Is there obvious lore that somebody can point me to that explains why Klefki would specifically be in France? That makes perfect sense.
Isn't that the place where they have the key bridge?
Okay.
Well,
you and your lover go there and you lock. You take your key and you lock it on there, or something like that.
I don't know about that.
Sounds right,
but
but I don't know.
So
it sounds legit.
beyond that, Kalos as a region is based on
France.
France.
Okay.
That's why Bouffalant was in New York, because Unova as a region is based on New York, and it's like surrounding areas. When you like play through the game, like Kanto, Johto, and I think Hoenn as well, and Sinnoh, I think they're all based on different areas of Japan. I know Kanto and Johto are. And then Unova's based on New York. It was like their reboot of the game. If you notice, everything in Unova's kind of like a parallel of a Cantonian Pokemon. They have like their own Geodude and Boldore, and they have their Drowsy and all that. So Kalos is based on France. They had to give something to France, and they wanted it to be a regional that didn't evolve, I assume, because that's what they've done for most of regionals. So they gave it Klefki. I think they had like 3 options because Gen 6 is very small. It was like Klefki, Carbink. I don't know enough Gen 6 Pokemon to know other ones, but it was like that.
Yeah, I forgot all of them. And then what is it? Alola is Hawaii,
Right.
and then Galar is Great Britain. So that is something we can expect maybe in the future if they're doing the region locks like that. It would be cool if Hawaii got something like the what's it? The lei, what is it called? Oh man, I forgot.
There's a lei Pokemon?
Yeah, there's a lei Pokemon.
That sounds like Max's
There's a
jam.
lei Pokemon. What?
Hold on. It's a little
Are we talking about Florges and all that?
No, it's
line, or
Comfey.
just-
Comfey.
Oh, Comfey. Okay, there you go.
Comfey is
Oh no, that's Confei. Or,
yeah,
I don't know.
Comfey is that's Alola. So if that was like a Hawaii specific Pokemon, that would be kind of cool because it's a lei. I don't know. That's a stretch, but that could be
Confei
cool.
is a cooking method. Confei is a Pokemon. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, France already has Mime Jr. What more are we giving to the damn French?
the keys.
They're just
Giving
getting
the
greedy
keys.
at this point.
The keys. We're giving the
Honestly.
keys to France. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
they gave us the good bison after they gave us the bad bison, so we got 2 of those. We got Tauros and Bouffalant, so this is their Bouffalant.
True.
But
Except,
only like 3 people like get the freaking good buffalo, and here I am with the bad buffalo.
Everybody
we'll
can
move up
have
here.
buffalo when I go home in December. I will collect buffalo for everyone.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hold
'cause
on to you forever because you guys live really far.
I do like the Tauros though, so I will forever like my Tauros.
Well, speaking of being able to hold on to stuff forever because people live so far, we did get another not pre-announced distance trade expansion, and it was longer than the last one. I tried to take advantage of it. I kind of described my exploits with regard to that last night on stream with Victor. It involved driving toward Gary, Indiana, which is not exactly the place that you want to be, while trying to get within range of somebody in Chicago so that I could make some PvP IV trades with them, and continually being told by the game that I was out of range. And we eventually worked it out, and my family got cold tacos. That's the cliff notes.
I feel that in my soul because I'm not anywhere. Like everyone else in my town can trade with people in Little Rock, but I'm like north of the actual town. I live out in like the boonies, and I can't reach like anybody. And everyone's like, yeah, we can trade with everybody. I'm like, except for me, because I live in the middle of nowhere and I cannot trade with anyone.
Right. Yeah,
Feels
there were
bad.
some people that the first go round I had no hope, or I still would have had to go out of my way to do it. There were some people, and it expanded this time, making it a lot more viable for me to use. Where do people see the logical conclusion of this ending? Do you think that these are just tests, or do you think that they're essentially beta testing this in a different way, and eventually we're just going to have a large radius, at least as long as we're in kind of pandemic conditions?
I think it could possibly be a test. I personally, like my thoughts on the whole trading system, I think I've shared this multiple times on the stream, but my goal for trading maybe with this game is they make it like a global trading system, but with restrictions. At least immediately, unless it. My whole take on the regionals, to be honest, is that regionals have been in the game for such a long time now, and like they've been circulating. People trade them with others, and a lot of people have them by now, is what I'm trying to say. And would it really be like that bad if they released it for everyone? Like it would, like it would diminish the rarity of it, and regionals really wouldn't motivate you to travel anywhere new. But then there are the people that still want to travel to new places anyways, and you get those regional Pokemon there. So it's, instead of it being an exclusivity thing, it could just be like an added bonus for going to a place and being able to grind out those Pokemon instead of just relying on trades to get a good one. So they've definitely been in the game for a long time. So I feel like most people have a lot, if not all, the regionals by now. So like, why not open the floodgates and just have like remote trading? And it puts everyone on an equal playing field that way, because then everyone has the Tropius, everyone has the Mr. Mime, I don't think is viable. Everyone has the Heracross. Everyone has, these viable regionals, and they can use them. But if they ever decide to go to a place one day for an event or whatnot, they decide to travel, they get the added bonus of having that regional that they can grind in that place. I don't know. So
I think just in case Cody Miles is still in the chat, you have to call Carnivine a viable Pokemon.
Oh, Carnivine, yeah. For sure. Yeah, Carnivine as well. We could trade Carnivine.
It's so good.
Yeah, exactly. Like, even, if they did like an event where it was like global remote trading and they just to test it out. I just really want a system. I don't know how the servers would handle it, but I really want a system. It would be so nostalgic if they did a system like Diamond and Pearl, where it was like the GTS, like the good old GTS, and you put a Pokemon in, and then you'd wait for a couple days, and the excitement builds of like waiting for someone to respond to your trade, and then you get the trade back. Like, you open your app, and then it says someone has traded with you, and then you get the trade. That would be so cool. But I don't know how the servers would respond to that.
And I
So
think
a couple of things here.
I think the whole community's response would be like, "Why is it so damn slow? Like, I just want one of my trades to go through."
I don't know. Well, it's an online thing, so I don't know. But what are the couple things, Max? Go ahead.
Well, as I say, a couple of things here is that it would cause a rip in the space-time continuum. That's
okay.
what would happen.
Dang it.
Yeah, I don't know. They it's funny because Sylph, when they said that the Sylph Road, not the Sylph Arena, when the Sylph Road came out, they said that the whole thing that they came out for was to try to facilitate this trading system, this global trading system, because that's how it worked in the main game.
Yeah.
So when they said that you can finally get friends, they said that, okay, we're going to like create this robust trading system. That's why it's a Sylph Road, which eerily resembles the Silk Road, which was a notorious dark web drug trading system. But the Sylph Road was supposed to be this robust Pokemon trading system, and they were supposed to help facilitate that once that whole friendship thing dropped. So the friendship thing dropped, and they were like, "Yep, you guys can do this whole friendship thing, and trading is allowed." But then it wasn't what they had thought. Like, you can't trade with just anyone on your friend. You can only trade with somebody like 6 feet away from you. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, well then never mind. Like, the whole point of the Sylph Road's little like trading network is moot, and now it may actually go to that. So like the whole origin of like what Sylph Road Sylph Road was created for may actually come into play now. Now that they've gone into the arena. So like if the arena becomes this thing where it's not as popular, then maybe the road has its moment to shine. If they do the whole global thing where you can only trade with friends that are, I don't know, like the 3-star buddy. I don't know, that good buddy, great buddy,
or
best
even
buddy. Oh no,
yeah,
best buddy, because
best
I
friend.
don't know how best buddy or best friend is somehow better or worse than ultra friend. So
Right.
I don't know. But anyway, like
what it's kind of like how. Oh, actually, I
It's
don't
the
get
other
that
way
at all.
around, but
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still
Whatever.
very hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah.
Something with that though, Max. Like if they do, best friend, trading globally, my one gripe with that is something that I've had for a while with trading, which is why is there a floor for best, ultra, great, and good? Like why should us being a friend have to impact the IVs that we receive? Because if it didn't, then we could trade all day for PvP IVs and maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get some really awesome PvP IV Pokemon, even though we're best friends.
I think it's supposed to be a good thing. Like
it is a good
having
thing.
a higher IV floor, like, oh, you're getting a great trade, but we don't want the high attack things. We want the trash attack things.
Right.
So they think they're doing us a favor, but they're not.
Right. I think it's the loud rating
That's true.
audience that they were largely. I mean, that when they came out with trading, there was no PvP IVs to worry about.
Yeah, before you guys continue, I know exactly why they did it. It's because they're catering to the more casual player base, which is not casual at all, and it's in fact highly centered around rating. And I'm just saying casual because they're maybe not interacting with all the parts of the game, but like they want the hundos, they want like the good IV stuff. So I get the floors in that regard, but lucky trades are always the go-to for that anyways. I feel like it's so rare that you trade something and you get a hundo from a random trade. Like is the floor of 4 really going to make that much of a difference, or 5 or whatever it is it really going to make that much of a difference when you're random trading for a hundo? Like, I mean, sort of, I guess.
I mean, you're supposed to be into the math, scientist, so you'd realize it does. But
I mean, it does, but like, is it really that much of a difference? I mean, it is kind of.
It's orders of magnitude, but that's okay.
Go ahead, spew math. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to spew math. I'm going to spew nonsense.
Okay.
Myself and Endon and Cody Miles mod for Alfindial, and we've watched an obscene amount of drunken people trading back and forth, and they pretty commonly get non-lucky hundos. I would say maybe more than they get lucky hundos, in a way that's hilarious and also infuriating for them because they don't get the lucky bonuses. But it is a thing, and I also agree that I would rather not. I'd rather have like a 5 floor on defense and HP and a 0 floor on attack. Like if they could just, edit that a little bit to help the PvP.
Exactly.
People.
Just a little bit. That's all we need. Like just the attack at least. That's the best idea, I think. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not saying that we need to like edit the entire spread, but at least the attack, since that's what we seem to care about so much nowadays. So, yeah, I mean, no, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter, Jiggly. I'm just saying that it, I just, don't you want change?
I do want change, but like trying to think. So when I think of change and something that could be implemented, and I think that this addresses a point that NHoff was writing about, but has not been brought up yet, which is there's the very real feels bad of building a Pokemon and then realizing that the investment that you have made is in fact not valuable anymore. So I think that one thing that they could do that would not require them to change the trading system at all would not require them to do really much of anything except for this one thing, is to finally introduce IV manipulation items. Because if people
Bottle caps.
if people at this point could increase or decrease IVs on Pokemon they have already invested in over a long period of time, and without kind of breaking the lore of, you know, the whole reason this Pokemon is boosted by a level is because you've spent this time with them and they're your buddy, and you know, it's not something that's transferable to another Mon. They could do that. You could literally have the Mons that you already have, and if they would introduce whether it's bottle caps or some other manipulation item, you could literally lose all of that feels bad. You could say, okay, I'm going to choose to take this Medicham that I already invested in, and this is the one that I'm going to adjust, and away you go. And you could get one that was either the best one or very close to it. So what do you think about that, NHoff, in terms of both the point that you tried to put out there and that I tried to reiterate, and how bottle caps or IV manipulation items would or wouldn't maybe address that?
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing. There was actually a lot of like back and forth in some of the servers I'm in back in like season 3 and 4 of GBL of like, okay, it's been the same thing for 3 or 4 seasons. Like, it feels like nobody's playing because nobody's talking about GBL anymore in like those servers. Like, obviously, you know, if they're Tactical or King or Era, like they're still getting 500 viewers or whatever, and like people are still interested, but it just felt like people weren't. And it's like, how do they incentivize it? And I think battle caps are great for that, for putting behind PvP or whatever system, to give people something to chase. We're talking back to like creating content in the game,
right?
And then it's great for creating that thing where any Pokemon can be the best that you want it to be. It's similar to Elite TMs, where like, oh, I evolved my Hundo Metagross before Community Days were a thing, or before it got Meteor Mash, and now I can finally give it Meteor Mash. Well, oh, I only got one Torkoal from my friend who went to the Indies, or where Indonesia. I believe Indonesia is where Torkoal is. I picked the most obscure regional. But like, I only got this one, or it's Alyssa's Tropius, and like, oh, well, it has terrible IVs. Now I can fix that. And that's good. That's inherently good for people feeling like they aren't SOL because they got a bad roll in a trade. And people not feeling SOL because their Hundo Medicham that was rank 1 is now rank 500. And that they, you know, did the grind to best buddy. That's, I think, really great. Bottle caps, and then like whatever the opposite of bottle caps are, bottles, which wouldn't ever have a place in the main series game because you don't ever want these weird
always want the
IV
best
spreads.
combination.
Yeah, all these funky things that we have in Pokemon Go. I think it's likely that we get bottle caps. I think having an opposite is something that never would get past the Pokemon company, since they have to okay everything that gets into Pogo, which kind of sucks because it would be necessary, I feel, to have.
Right.
But it would be awesome.
In order to fix stuff in the way that we would presently want it fixed, like it would really involve them creating an item that goes counter to most things you would think that they would want. I mean, I could see, with all the funky kind of items and names that they have for things in main series and in TCG and such, I mean, I could see them doing it in a way that would be brand consistent, but the idea of it is counterintuitive, because it really makes them acknowledge the fact that you don't want to use the strongest Pokemon, the strongest objective Pokemon in battle in certain instances, and so it's kind of iffy.
Well, they have the
Yeah.
mechanic of you like best budding something, and in the main series games, there's some mechanics where it's like you can make a Pokemon like pretty or feel pretty, so then it like gets better or something like that. So you can make a mechanic where it's just kind of like you abuse your Pokemon, so it stats lower,
Oh,
and then you're
Oh
kind
my-
of like
geez.
you neglect
punish
your
it.
Pokemon, you make it
no.
angry. But no, because
Oh.
there's a thing where like if you play with it or like what was it? You evolve through friendship, so you can't let it
No.
faint.
Oh,
You have to make it happy.
no.
And then it evolves, like that's how you get a Togekiss or something like that. So like you have to make it feel better so it gets better, but you can just neglect it and then it stats lower and then it's perfect for PvP.
or maybe like because in the games they have like different types of like for like Pokemon Ami. I don't know if you guys know Ami, but they have like the different types of muffins or whatever that you can feed your Pokemon. What if they made like a spicy berry or something? And then the more you give the spicy berry or the spicy whatever to the Pokemon, it
Lower
like
their
lowers their stats or lowers a specific attack over a period of time. So then you just
Demotivate
keep
your
feeding.
Pokemon.
No,
and
it
just,
wouldn't be like punishing or
Well, you're
um,
making it eat this like spicy thing that it doesn't want to eat. You're giving
Yeah.
it irritable bowel syndrome, and you're kind of like,
Yeah.
here, like diarrhea
You're gonna
in
do this for my
PvP. Let's
PvP.
go.
You're gonna be good in PvP, I promise. And then his mouth is on fire.
Oh.
You're gonna be better. I have the cure.
I will finally love you.
Yeah, I mean, being so out of tune of main series since I've never played it, the only thing I can think is that when you were explaining like the natures to me and such, you were saying, well, this
Yeah.
one increases this and decreases that. Like, I mean, are there not there's items in the game, aren't there, that would do similar things where they would increase one and decrease another? Like where there's
there's nothing that decreases in the game because you always want the perfect stats. So that's why there's bottle caps.
But there's things that like a pro and con, like assault vest. I
Oh,
think,
right,
like,
there's that. Yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah.
makes
There's
it
that. Yeah.
really good on attack, but then like it basically
are-
makes it a shadow because
those
it
are-
like boosts an attack but lowers the defense or something like that. I forget.
Right. Yeah, you know, you're right. Yeah, yeah. The Assault Vest did something like that. Some sort of stat manipulation. But that's a held item. I don't
Yeah.
know. See, the thing with the held items is like what I'm trying to say, right, and what you know too, I'm sure, Max, is that like there's nothing in the game, like there's no item like the bottle cap that's the reverse of it, where it takes down the stats because you want, like for PvP, the only reason you put the assault vest on is to have some sort of characteristic that benefits your Pokemon, like
Yeah.
what was it, Furfro, I think, or not is it Furfro, the puppy, the poodle? You put an assault vest on that because he's like super bulky, and then like it does negative things, huh?
I have to assume every time I've seen it, I've assumed it was Frou because it was supposed
Or
to
Furfru. I don't know how to say it. I always have terrible ways of saying Pokemon, but
The French dog.
it's the poodle, but I lost my train of thought. But like there's no like item that takes down the stats of Pokemon because you want the perfect IV. You want a 12 12 12 12
Right.
12 12.
But even if it were temporary,
So-
even if it were just functional, even if it were like Best Buddies where it was only if you had it enabled, only if they were wearing it, even if they really didn't
I guess.
fully go down the lane of saying, you know, you can now use held items, if all they did was just introduce one specific item that was, like you said, maybe like assault vest or something, where
Assault vest.
like this can improve, they would vaguely word it, this can improve your Pokemon's performance in PvP, and you know, they don't explain how, but then somebody data mines it and they figure out what it does is it subtracts 5 from your attack and it adds 5 to your defense or something, and then people would be able to use that or something, even if it wasn't precise. It would
Yeah,
be
the thing with that, is then that's what I was gonna bring up, is that you would have to have like an item for each and every stat, like, right? Because you can't like customize it. So that's the issue with that, is that it would be standard and it would be a static thing that that is just like, oh, it's -5 defense. So if you need more than -5, I guess you're out of luck.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
I don't.
it's not the ideal solution to the problem. I'm saying it's
Right.
like if
Yeah, no, I
the-
know, yeah.
if you're trying
I'm not
to
trying to-
barely kind of move in the direction of solving the problem, of
Right.
saying, you PvP people off there in the corner, we're going to give you this item
you
that
you weirdos.
that you're not going to actually have to use in the game unless you engage with PvP, and only you guys are going to understand how it works. But it's going to give you that thing you want, where if you trade with a best friend and you get a 5 attack and the other stats are good, that you don't have that feels bad on the trade, or that you've already powered up a hundo and then we raise the level cap and it won't be quite as feels bad because you can power it up more. Or like something like that. It would be like a first bite at the apple kind of,
Wait.
let's help fix some of your Pokemon.
So Emma actually brings up a good point in chat. Okay, confession, Emma. I have barely touched Sword and Shield, so I completely forgot about the berries that can manipulate EVs. But I don't know. I guess they could like somehow. So that's what I was saying when I was talking about the spicy berry or whatever.
Oh, there's 6 berries that reduce all 6
Re-
aspects in the main series. Okay.
The EVs, yeah, in Sword and Shield. So that's kind of what I was going with, because I assumed there was something like that. I just didn't know what franchise had it, but I guess it's the newer one, and that makes sense because I haven't really touched it. But if there was like a spicy berry or something that you could feed your Pokemon over a long elongated period of time, and that would eventually, like, over that course of time, it would take down the stats, like maybe that would be a fix. It's in Oras. Okay, I didn't really spend too much time in Oras doing that. At least I don't think I haven't touched competitive since since like Diamond and Pearl, so so I haven't really battled. Yeah, I know. Don't call me scrub.
The two things that I want to make sure get put on the record before we finish this stream, not that we're anywhere near probably finished, is that one, Bob the Raider needs to be an emote. You guys need to unlock more emote slots for me so Bob the Raider can be a thing. And 2, if they come out with a spicy berry, we have to come out with like a special, like Ethan's spicy berry brand. Like, we need to make sure that credit is given that Ethan wants the spicy berries and
spicy berries,
because you're really pushing the spicy berries pretty hard.
I want spicy berries, and then you don't give them water, so they have to suffer through the pain of the spice.
Giving them
There's
water.
a tomato berry. You can give them the tomato berry. That sounds awful.
I mean, that sounds gross. That sounds like something, I don't know. That sounds really gross. But spicy berry sounds interesting. I don't know. Or like a sour berry or something that's like super tart that they wouldn't want to eat. You just feed it to them. Yes. So maybe like a spicy berry for attack, sour berry for defense, and then like a
how much backspace do you think we have, man?
I don't know. That'll come in time, apparently.
A putrid berry. Like, if you hold on to your berries too long and you don't use them, they go putrid.
It'll be like it'll be a Durin berry, because apparently Durin smells like rotting flesh but tastes like vanilla.
Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. Oh, Emma brings up the berry pouch. Okay, so if there's like, because you know how we have like sticker space that really isn't existent in the bag.
Yes.
So if there was like a berry pouch that they came up with,
perks up stickers.
Exactly. So like they have a berry pouch now, and that's like accessible through the bag, but it's like a different space. There you go. Problem solved. Bam. I don't even need to think about that one. Coders, get to work, coders. There you go.
Sorry, with the addition of the berry pouch, you can no longer best buddy your Pokemon. There is a glitch. Oh,
jeez. You now are stuck in the screen where you're playing PvP, but you're feeding berries to the Pokemon for some reason. Oh, jeez. But I think that could be an interesting idea. to go back to the assault vest though, what that does, because I looked it up. I don't really remember what it does in particular, but it raises special defense. So that's a stat that wouldn't exist in Pogo, or doesn't exist in Pogo, by 50%, and requires the Pokemon to only use damaging attacks. So it's like it would be weird kind of to have that aspect in Pogo, because then like if it's going to be true to the franchise, then you could only, well, everything in the game is damaging, so I don't know how that would.
I mean, but it could be very much just like the buff debuff moves, where basically instead of implementing status effects, they just say lower such and such X stages or whatever. You could just say lower special defense, and in this game, special defense is incorporated into defense and or raises that and lowers attack. I mean,
and then lowers the attack, yeah. And then it'd be like a nature thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know if they ever bring natures into this game. I'd be overwhelmed. That is just a whole. I don't know if you guys understand how overwhelming that is, but imagine having to hunt not only the perfect PvP IVs, but the perfect nature to go along with the perfect PvP IV, and and like the best buddy comp. It's just.
But see, we've already discussed this, and you just explained to us how these orders of magnitude involved in the math there would not affect anything really that much at all. So you could deal with it. You could handle it. Just changing it just a little bit.
Stop. No, you're just pulling my leg now. You're making fun of my math skills. You're making fun of me.
Oh.
No, but like.
So, now, NHoff, were you involved at all in? I know I saw Ghost Stadium put something out that talked about the rank checker now going up to level 51. Were you involved at all in the talk of that? And is the are we confident now? Do we know that there are in-game examples of people who've reached Best Buddy with a level 50 and that it functions as a level 51? Is that officially a thing?
So I'm not involved with that, mainly because that's back-end coding and lots of computer stuff that I don't know how to do. I don't know the math on it. I know that level 50 has been confirmed to work as expected. Someone posted a picture of their level 50 Magmortar. Basically, as soon as Community Day was over in Australia, and it lined up. It was 100%. I saw it. I was like, oh, cool. Let's check this out. And I went over to Go Stadium and checked on the IV checker, and it worked out for a hundo. As far as I understand it, there was a decent call for Australians to start posting pictures of their level 51s if they had it. So I'm assuming, I haven't seen any of that. I wasn't in like the internal talks or any of that on how that was determined, but I'm pretty sure it's been confirmed. I'm pretty sure someone in Australia has gotten their whatever Pokemon to level 51 Best Buddied, and that it is consistent. A big thing that's put out every time that Go Stadium updates the rank checker, and that has been throughout this process, is Cody will tweet it out or whatever, and he'll say, this is still speculative. They could still change it, before it goes live everywhere. Do I think that's likely? Not so much, because, like, for example, level 45, we've known for a while. It's always been in this guise of speculative, but, like, the leader, Spark, Blanche, and the other one, whatever the red team is, I just insulted a bunch of people that care about Candela. Candela is the third one. So their Pokemon, when you fight them in Master League, they're level 45. And like people who are smarter than me did the math backwards on that to figure out what the CP would be for everything at level 45. And that's been consistent with this test. And now we have level 50 and it follows some kind of curve. And the whole thing has to say it's speculative because nothing's confirmed until Niantic pushes the button to put it globally, but it feels like it would be a lot of math for them to change it, and I don't understand any of the gain that they would get from changing it, other than being like, hey, we're able to do this. Like, it's like some kind of power play.
Right.
So I would be very confident in those numbers. Again, Cody's saying, whoever's posting the information is saying this is speculative. Don't power up things based on this. Don't go out and max your 8, 15, 15 Polyrath for Ultra League or whatever the new stat spread is on any given thing, because it could change. But again, it's math that's in the game that Niantic has no real reason to change to any of my knowledge.
Right.
But yeah, and Go Stadium's a great resource. Everyone should go use it. I'm totally not affiliated with them.
With regard to Master League, I've seen a lot of people kind of talk about Master League in kind of like, this is going to be the exception kind of thing, where we had, I know, a tweet from Butters, we should take Master League out of rotation for rank. In terms of, we all know that, you need maxed out legendaries for the most part in order to compete in flat out Masters. And for the most part, you need maxed out stuff to compete even in Premier. And we can all pretty much understand from what we're doing here that any resources that we invest in that are going to be competing with some scarce resources in other leagues. How do you guys think that this is going to shake out in terms of Master League, short term and long term? I think short term, to me, it feels like we'll see a more varied meta because people won't have the resources. But long term, I feel like they're not gonna be able to sustain interest in Master League as it is on a high scale unless they completely change the economy that we're looking at in terms of the resources that have to go into it.
Yeah. So there was an idea that Tangent, another person in Go Stadium who's a great meta analyst, put out of like Masters Premier could be no legendaries and nothing over level 40. That could be something to circumvent that. But beyond that, I think I'm in the same mind that a lot of people are, that Masters is kind of FUBAR. And there's going to be, if you play Masters and expect not to be level 50s out there, that you won't have any level 50s on your team, but you will see one, because there's going to be that one person that, went super hard on whatever legendary was in raids first after level 50 got released. Like if, Giratina comes out or something like that, they're going to do 75 raids and trade all of them and all that. I think if you wanted to play it, there's ways to get that 50 on an easier way. Like Melmetal's one that's going to be super easy. Like that's going to be the most accessible XL candy in the game because everyone can get it now. Everyone can get it from home, and they can start the box on command and just catch them, boop, 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 get all your XL candy. Gyarados is going to be one that people just have a ton of candy because it had a community day and people were still like by habit pineapping them because they used to be so hard to get a Gyarados. And that one's also in tasks at the moment. And like if you live by the water, that's easy to get. And that's like a high level Pokemon that you can get to like level 50. Or it's like a 1 kilometer buddy. So if you really wanted to walk 100 kilometers to get an XL candy, you could. But the legendaries are really going to exacerbate that resource difference. And like personally, I was barely hanging on to Masters Premier as it was. I had like 3 Pokemon I used in it, and that was it. And I didn't really get any options, and it wasn't really fun because of that. So I'm not upset to say like the ship has sailed on Master League. I'm not going to interact with it until like 50 is a lot more reasonable, and even then, maybe not. But I think if you love Master League, this is a really tough moment because Niantic's not going to tell you you can't use level 50 Pokemon. They want to hype up their feature. So it's either Premier League gets it banned, or you, as a person who loves Master League, better get your boots on and run out there in the snow and catch, your raid bosses and get your rare candy so that, next month when Master League returns, you can have a level 46 Dialga or whatever you're able to grind to. And that's kind of rough. Like, that's really rough. And I think if I was someone who loved Master League, this change would hit me even harder than it does as it does already, which is impressive to say because I was in a rut for like 3 days after I found out about the level 50 increase. That's just, I guess, the nature of the beast with that specific league.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what what a rotation could look like for GBLs looking forward, because it's obvious that they don't seem to mind giving people reasons to spend resources on things they may never use again in terms of Little Cup and Catch Cup and some of these things that are really kind of off the wall. But I would think that at a certain point they're going to notice that the resources involved are just going to be more than the game itself can sustain. So what do you think, say Alyssa, what do you think would be maybe the best way that they could present GBL moving forward in a way that is not alienating to people, that kind of keeps the interest going without it being stale all the time? Like, what kind of options should they give us, and what could they do in terms of maybe the costs of adding moves or different things to make it more palatable?
I think they're doing it right now. I think that the original just Premier and then the regular cups got old, and they adapted and they gave us a Little Cup, which was super fun despite it being monotonous after a little bit. It was fun and different, and it was really, really cute because we got to use all of these cute tiny things that we would never use otherwise, and that was super fun, like cottony, adorable. And Catch Cup I think is so stupid, but it's a different challenge, and I think it's exciting. It's new and fresh, and I think it's going to give us an opportunity to build things that maybe we had not built yet, on principle of not rebuilding something we've already got a good one of. Maybe we would reach for something new. I feel like Ethan said he was going to build something. Maybe it was like a Prinplup. Is that what you said?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gave up on that. I'm not doing
Oh
catch cup
no.
anymore.
I mean,
I
I'm
don't know.
ashamed to say I might not do it either. I might try it. I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm not going to invest a ton, but I might build new stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Prinplup, but it's so expensive, and I really need to save dust for season 6. I'm sure we all do. So I'm like I'm barely hanging on 200k dust. So yeah, I'm just gonna not play.
That's like nothing.
I know, it's because of like Little Cup. I had so much fun in Little Cup. So
how much did you spend on it? I don't feel like I did that much. I think I was maybe 150.
Oh man. I powered up in preparation. I researched things, and then I didn't power them up until Jiggly said I had to. And I think I spent like 600k.
Wow.
Because I powered up a bronzer, I powered up a Why Not. I powered up a Shadow Stunky. I I powered up like all these different options, so I would have like a little cup assortment of things. And when I hit rank 10, I was powering up like Piplups. I was powering up like I double moved Drifloon. I haven't double moved my Skirpy yet, but I powered it up. Uh and yeah, there was just several things that I double moved that were 75k, and then plus the cost to power it up, so it was a hefty investment, and that's where all my dust went.
Well,
So
nobody told you to go that ham.
no, but no one told me to. But Lil Cup was really special. I liked
It
Lil Cup a lot.
was. It was so fun. And I
Yeah,
hope that they do more things like that. I don't know if I'd want them to do the exact same thing because it did get really stale pretty quickly.
it
And I
did.
don't want to sit there for bronzer versus bronzer for an hour at a time again. Like that was
Yeah,
ridiculous. But
yeah.
it was
All in
still
all,
fun.
yeah, it was super fun because it was like Pokemon we'd never ever use. But
Mhm.
all in all, I think Kanto Cup was my favorite this season, and Catch Cup really isn't a meta. So Kanto Cup is by far the best meta. I think by far the best meta they've come up with in terms of balance. Um,
It's funny because they
even
didn't
though,
even like do anything. They just picked like, okay, Kanto,
yeah,
go. And it was just
even
balanced and good on its own.
yeah, even though it wasn't, it's just literally like a gen of a Pokemon or of
Mhm.
Pokemon. So like Halloween was good and all, but like there was the shifting so much of that meta that really kind of made it challenging for people to hit rank 10, and I don't think that that's necessarily amazing. But Kanto Cup, there really weren't a lot of shifts at all. It was just Hypno, Muck. Two sides. Pick a side. That's the side you're on. There you go. Yeah. So,
Team Lickitung.
or you could just go full lick team. Just lickers. That's awesome. Lick it down, as Marteau I think would say, right? Yeah. So yeah,
I don't like it.
yeah, yeah. I'm Team Hypno, but okay.
I mean, I've used Lickitung. I just don't like it.
Yeah, I think yeah. So Kanto was just so nice. But yeah, Catch Cup is just really expensive, and the thing about Catch Cup is that I know all these people that are going to hold on to their Giovanni radars and hunt for those Bellsprouts. And that's just going on in the back of my mind, and then also just pairing it with all the Shieldons they cat, and it's just like, no, I'm not doing that again. Not my Piplup, not for my poor Piplup or my Primlup. No, that's not happening. So, yeah, I think I honestly want to touch Sword and Shield again. I think that'd be a lot of fun this week. So that's what I think I'm gonna try doing this week.
Does that
We
mean
could get wild and everyone could pick up Animal Crossing again.
Oh boy.
Oh, we could do that.
So you're gonna sit out. You're gonna sit out a Catch Cup. I don't believe it. I mean,
Yeah.
you can, but I just don't believe it. I think.
Oh, you don't believe me? Okay, you're gonna see me sit out as Catch Cup. You're gonna watch me, and then I'm just not gonna do anything because I don't have anything. How am I supposed to play something that I don't have anything for? So I might even go back to Sylph. Maybe. We'll see. Whoa.
Grace us with your presence.
And then grace you. I mean, if my presence is that significant, then. But yeah, Sylph is fun. I really do. I miss not playing it. So, and I have to do my weighted still. So I might consider that. So, didn't do my weighted last month, but yeah, I might do it this month. We'll see. Yeah, but Catch Cup is just like you thinking about the new things you catch, but then also thinking about the people that catch the Victory Bells and the Bastiodons. So, or the Shieldons. So, and the Azumarils too. So,
I
yeah,
actually saw a Shieldon, like a wild Shieldon the other day, and it was all I could do to not like just turn my car back around and catch it. I was just like, but yeah. No.
So you're gonna power that up?
No, I didn't get
All right.
it. I didn't even get it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say rip dust, but okay. Yeah.
I've caught a couple, but I can't do it. I cannot. It's too expensive.
Honestly, I just don't see like if I'm gonna spend. I mean, I get the Primplup, but I'd really like I would need a backbone for that poor Primplup, and I don't want to spend more dust on things I already have. So it's like you're not gonna make me build things for a week, Niantic. You're not gonna do that to me. So that's why I'm kind of sitting out.
Can somebody clip that so that we can play that back for him when we have video evidence of it?
No, we don't. You won't have. No, you won't have video evidence. I don't know what you're saying. You won't have video evidence at all. I can do what Victor's saying and put a 24-hour cam on me if that's what people want, just to see. Yeah.
On
okay.
what website?
What? I mean, I could just stream.
Are you gonna Twitch it?
Ethan's
I could just stream.
Girl confirmed.
Yeah, I could stream on Twitch. Me sleeping, and you know.
Oh my lord! You're turning into Amaroth, whatever her name is.
Oh, Amaroth, is that what she does? Yeah, I don't know.
For that or something.
Oh, is it not allowed to do that?
I don't know.
Can you
like? There's certain guidelines and stuff, and I think she got in trouble. But anyways, so all right, cool.
Yeah.
Scientist, I will subscribe to that.
Okay, for sure. So that way you know my every move, and I'll be doing homework. I'll be in class and stuff. I'll have to mute myself on stream. Yeah, awesome. But anyways,
I want to see the life of a good apple, so that way I can take some notes and try to better my life.
It's primarily spent in this room, but okay.
I got the Annies.
Yeah, okay, Annie's is the first step. But yeah, you get free education, Nikki. Yeah. But yeah, no, Catch Cup really isn't like because it's like it's upwards of like 300k for like these Pokemon like Primplup and Bastiodon and stuff that you have to potentially even rebuild. So why don't we have like a turkey turn, like not a turkey tourney? I know you guys never want to hear that again.
Don't say that.
No, I'm kidding. No, you don't. No, you guys enjoyed it.
It's still going. It'll be.
No, it's still going. Yeah. I actually tuned into the draft. That looks fun. But no, they could have had like a Thanksgiving Cup though, or like something like with like Tranquil was allowed. You know, like
Flying Cup.
No, like
we're doing a Thanksgiving tournament in combat, and there was like a whole little poem we did with it, but it's fire, flying, normal. I'm missing one. Fire. Yeah,
fire, flying,
a fun meta.
Yeah,
fighting.
There you go.
You missed fighting.
Oh, fighting.
Yeah,
fighting's in there too.
You fight with your family on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Fighting as well.
That's why that's in there. Yeah.
Yeah, they could have done that. See, so like they could have made a Thanksgiving meta, but instead they did Catch Cup, and I'm not gonna play that. So
I'm just gonna catch Pokemon close to 1,500. I'm just gonna be like, all right, do what you can. Just here you go, Dragon Tail or Steel Wing that Pokemon down. Like, best of luck, Parasect, whatever your moves may be.
If I'm doing Catch Cup, I might just use my little cup team. Just to throw people off. Be like, what? This guy's like 2 weeks late. Awesome.
I think you'd be in good company because I think everybody is kind of tanking right now on purpose.
Oh yeah,
and then that country is the only country that matters when it comes to holidays, as far as Niantic is concerned. Okay.
I just want to point out just how easy it is to catch at level Noctowl right now. I already built 2 Noctowls, not second move, but do you need a second move on a Noctowl? And they're just sitting there, 0 dust invested. Noctowl are everywhere. And
Okay.
there's other stuff that's everywhere too. Magneton or Magnemite are everywhere. Got a good Magneton, and you can build stuff.
Slowpoke, Slowbro,
You're
Slow
trying to
King. Come on.
you're trying to get me to play, and
I just think it's not that hard. I think
Slowbro
it's
is so
not.
meta.
It's not, but I know about. So Koro and I were talking earlier, and he was telling me about all these crazy plans he had for Catch Cup, and I mean Koro's like the 1% of PvPers, but like still I know there's crazy people out there. And he was just talking about like Altaria breakpoints, and I was just like, no, 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 no. I don't even want to think about that. So we're just gonna not do Catch Cup. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, you say it now. You will notice the void in your GBL zombie mind. You will be like, feed me.
No, this is gonna no. I have my Switch right here, and I'm gonna be doing I don't need Gigantamax raids. I don't know. We're gonna be doing raids. I don't know.
He doesn't even know what that means.
I don't know what I'm saying right now, but I'm gonna find out. I really haven't spent much time with this game at all. I beat it, but I don't.
That's gonna change this week.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna be
start
playing
shiny hunting.
I could. You know what? I'm gonna shiny hunt something. So give me something to shiny hunt in chat, guys.
Gimbal.
Nice.
Transfer something from Pokemon.
You can shiny hunt Gimbal or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I could do Gibble maybe, but yeah, I'm not doing Catch Cup, and or I could play Animal Crossing, and honestly, Animal Crossing is way more relaxing, and
doom 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 doom. Is
yeah.
that the music in the background of that game? It's just like it's like weird sound effects and a dog.
I get I mean kind of, I guess, but there's other music. There's but yeah, I don't know. It's a much more relaxing game. And they added the whole swimming thing and the like different features like that. So
that'll keep you occupied for an hour or two.
If there's anything that you're learning from this stream, it's that don't play Pokemon Go. Play literally any other game
during this week.
Pokemon Go, just like for the rest of your lives, and you have a better life.
Okay, so if you guys don't play Sylph, you should. I don't know what you're doing, but you should.
They're living their best life. All right, scientists, don't shame them.
Play Sylph, please. It's so much fun. At least try it. You can't knock it till you try it. And if you don't want to play Sylph and you're not feeling motivated by PvP in Pokemon Go, to at least keep your PvP skills up, there's a website called Pokemon Showdown. It's entirely free. You can make Pokemon for competitive PvP on there for absolutely nothing, and you can go against online players and play the real turn-based game for absolutely nothing. So if you want to keep your knowledge up, why not keep your mind occupied by Pokemon Showdown? There you go. So, a little advertisement there for Pokemon Showdown.
Sell out, scientists confirmed.
Sell out.
So
sell out E. Yes.
NHoff, have you actually, as someone who tries to help new people get into the game, do you have advice for anyone doing Catch Cup, what they should actually try and run, what they could actually use for this, or catch for this next few hours that they've got left? Or do you think it's just not going to be something that's easily accessible or solvable?
No, I think there's actually quite a bit that certainly for a newer player, like for an existing player, there's a lot that you're like, I don't want to rebuild, this, that, or the other thing. There's a lot in Team Rocket Grunts at the moment that I know nobody likes purifying, but like purifies to like level 25 and you only need it at like level 27. Drowsy right now is in Sierra as a rocket boss. So you fight her, you get a Drowsy. It doesn't really matter the IVs because like whatever, it's cheap. You purify it. It only needs like 3 or 4 more power-ups, which are reduced in cost because it's purified. And then the second move's only 40k dust because it's purified. And you can never have too many Hypnos. For anyone that played before charge TMs came, down from the sky, you can never have too many Hypnos for PvP because you want 3 different move sets and it has 15 different charge moves, and it's like, what am I doing? Other things that purify near size, Shadow Skarmory. If you can find a grunt with Skarmory, you can get a purified Skarmory pretty cheaply, and you don't even need the second move on that if you're just using it for Catch Cup. If you want to build a Shadow Skarmory, that's also there. Stunky is another one. I like using rockets because they are one of the few things that everyone can access now because of balloons. But yeah, Stunky is one that you might want return on it because Skuntank doesn't really have like a nuke move. Like it's got Crunch, Flamethrower, Sludge Bomb. They're all kind of like middle energy moves. So you might want to actually keep return on it, and it might be a long-term investment. That's nice. From eggs, also from rockets, you can get Bullaby. If I play Catch Cup, I'm using Mandibuzz because I hatched my best Bullaby during the window for it, assuming that you can use hatched things because they still haven't confirmed that either. But that's a thing. If you played the Jigglypuff Spotlight Hour, you should have a Wigglytuff around size if you did that in a smart way. That was one that I'm pretty sure everyone tried to do. This Tuesday is Barboach Spotlight Hour. You can get a Whiscash tomorrow if you want to wait until then. There's a lot of pretty inexpensive things. Alolan Raichu is one. That's in raids, and if you catch it from a raid, it's 30,000 dust to power it up and double move it because it's only a 10,000 dust second move. And if there aren't a ton of Galvantula and Galarian Stunfisk in this meta, Alolan Raichu was pretty good before those Pokemon started being everywhere. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things for Catch Cup specifically that if you don't have those things built, if you don't have an Alolan Marowak built without Shadowbone, you can do that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of options, and it just kind of depends on where you are in your roster for PvP and what you want new. I think Hypno is one that you can never go wrong with. I think Skuntank with Return is one that not many people have. Ivysaur is another one that a lot of people don't have because Venusaur tends to be better. But if you're doing a draft tournament, you might want it to take at a later round. If you're doing some kind of novelty tournament that bans the final evolutions or whatever it may be, you might want an Ivysaur, and that's one that you can purify and then power up. Yeah, I think it's frustrating because you don't want to power up a bad IV Pokemon for Catch Cup if you're on this grind mentality, and you also don't want to power up something that you already have, especially if you already have it at a better rank. But I think you have to kind of make that own kind of head game for you of what don't I have and what did I acquire. And some of the rocket things can be that kind of accessible to anyone possibility, but other things are going to be your mileage may vary. I hatched a Vullaby that I made into a Mandibuzz. I caught a pretty good Alolan Sandshrew during this event, and I don't have an Alolan Sandslash made yet. And I caught a Zubat that evolved into a rank 12 Crobat, and of course I don't have a PvP Crobat. Why would I ever need a PvP Crobat? But I'm not opposed to having one now because I needed a third thing for Catch Cup. And it was like 10,000 dust for the second move and 10,000 dust to power it up. Something ridiculously cheap like that. And I'm sure, why not? So that's how it was for me, someone who has like a ton of things built. But if you don't, it's really like checking out. I think the Sylph Road as a website has a ton of resources that kind of gets taken for granted. You can check out what is in tasks. Like Skarmory is in tasks right now. You catch that and power it up. What's in Rockets. The other thing that's big right now is GBL rewards. Everyone got a Galarian Zigzagoon at level 20, and Obstagoon is usually like level 20 or level 20 and a half when it hits like 1500. So that's one that if you don't have an Obstagoon yet, you can make that work on your team. But yeah, I think Team Rocket Pokemon that you purify around like level 25 are like the easiest, cheap and easy. Give me this Hypno, give me this Skarmory, give me this Skuntank. I think those three you could run like as a line of three in Catch Cup because they're all really strong and they all do things. But then like beyond that, if you're like, I'm a little turned off by that idea, I already have a Skarmory, I already have more Hypno than I need. You gotta look beyond that to like what fills in your gaps in your lineup. I don't think anyone should be going into Catch Cup min-maxing for what they expect the meta to be or what like holes they feel their team needs to cover, because one, you're going to wind up overspending on something you're not going to get your dust back on, and two, nobody has any idea what the meta is going to look like because it's going to be like as close to auto rec as we've gotten in any format.
Right. Yeah, I think that's right. And you tangentially mentioned it, but I definitely throw Golbat in the mix for anything where you talk about purified, cheap, right near level 25. Like I always bring that up as a cheap and easy thing to make that's definitely highly relevant. I think that the Skarmory is definitely the case, especially because you don't necessarily need to second move it. I would say the most interesting thing will be what will be the best anti-flyer that is readily available and cheap that is truly worth building. So that would be the most interesting thing to me, between the fact that Golbat, Skarmory, to some extent Swablu, Hoot Hoots, so many of the flying things are just going to be very plentiful. So I don't know whether Wigglytuff is going to be that thing or what the case may be. All right, quick, rapid, round the table prediction for tomorrow when we get Catch Cup. Will Niantic allow us to use one? Will they allow us to use things that somebody else traded us as long as they meet the criteria? And two, will they allow us to use hatch stuff? So since you had the mic already and NHoff, why don't you tell me your predictions on those two, since those are the things we don't know. It's so funny to me that I figure you and Dun must get mixed up about as often as Kaiser and Nightwing, just because you've both got the N and the double consonant on the end.
Well, I don't mind getting confused with Dun. She's like my bestie. It's great. So I'm going to extend that to 3 because we also don't know if Melmetal is going to be allowed. Because they said Mythicals, but then they said like Mew and Celebi, so it's like not sure if they mean just the one time. I think eggs they will allow. I think I think 2 out of 3. I think eggs they'll allow. I think trades within the criteria they'll allow. And I think Melmetal they won't allow. I think with Kanto Cup, it was just if you went into your box and you typed in Kanto, everything that showed up was legal.
Right.
I think it's just going to be like that. It's going to be like age 0 to 21 or whatever,
and not
mythical. And then and not mythical. I think that's all. But I might be surprised there might be granularity to it.
And is that confirmed? I've never tried to use the age thing. If you've traded for something, does it calculate age based on its actual catch date, or how does it calculate?
I'm pretty sure it calculates it on its catch date because I have like an old like legacy Primeape and I'm pretty sure that shows up. But let me double check. I have my phone right here. I'll get back to you. You can go back around the table.
Max, what's your prediction on the 2? Will they allow, or the 3, I guess? Will they allow traded stuff if it otherwise meets the criteria? Will they allow hatches, and will they allow Melmetal?
Traded stuff, no. Hatches, yes. And they're going to allow Melmetal because it makes absolutely no sense.
All right, Alyssa, what do you think?
Traded stuff, yes, if the person who traded it to you caught it in the window of allowed catches. Melmetal, yes. What was the other one? Egg hatch?
Egg hatch.
Also, yes. I think as long as the date that you got the thing hatched, whatever the person who traded it to you caught, whatever that date attached to that Pokemon is, as long as it's in the window, I think it'll be allowed.
All right, Ethan, what do you think?
I think trading, yeah. I pretty much think the same thing. Melmetal, yeah, and then I forgot the last one, but yeah.
So Melmetal seems to be the most uncertain of the 3. And I would agree.
the thing with Melmetal is what's weird about it is I'm pretty sure I saw somewhere that Meltan was banned, but exclusively Meltan from Catch Cup, which I don't know why that was, but
maybe they hadn't tested out the level 51 possibilities of a Meltan in the Great League. I don't know what its movesets are.
You know, maybe what I'm thinking it is that Meltan was actually broken. Kind of like the Ammonite situation and the Melmetal situation, you know?
Right.
And maybe it just got to charge moves and just to prevent all that from happening, they just banned it. Just to prevent themselves heartache, which kudos to them if that's the case, because that's some pretty retro it's a pretty not retro. It's a pretty ahead of the game thinking from them. So yeah. Cool. Very, very good, Niantic. All right.
So, and with regard to those Melmetals or Meltans, I actually opened a Meltan box while we're sitting here just so I could make sure that I had the increased possibility of the shinies. If you care about the shiny, then you should open your Meltan box before the event ends tomorrow. Obviously, only PvP relevant to the point that you flex it, but definitely wanted to let people remember that. And one of the other things that was announced with regard to huge changes in the game, or I would consider them huge, is the season situation. Debbie mentioned it earlier, and I think that she is in a better position than we are to actually appreciate it, since she lived in the opposite time zone of where the game was primarily catered to. But what do you guys see as being the pros and cons with regard to this season system and what it might look like? I'm anticipating in my own mind that anytime they introduce something new, especially when that thing is objectively powerful, that they're going to make sure that it exists in all regions and it's not going to be like season locked, if you will. But I could see a situation where, for example, say a Darumaka, Darmanitan, whatever the case may be, if they're relevant to a certain meta, they reference Darumaka in the season situation. So it could be that, like, at a particular time and place, the living in one hemisphere or the other, north or south, is going to impact what you're going to be able to catch, going to impact your ability to compete in a certain meta. Do you think that they will do this right? And what are kind of the obvious flaws that could exist in the system? What Max will be the most cynical of all, so I'm sure he'll say they won't do it right. What do you think would be the worst thing that could happen from the season system?
Probably the worst thing, because like this next season is you can get up to 24 ranks or something like that, right? So the worst thing will be that the ranks will get screwed up. And then like, and your pairings will be all screwed up. Like the like everything would just be screwed up once you get to rank 10, because like the way that we have a history of rank 10 as it stands, so people will be there going like, oh, so I hit rank 10 and then the game will glitch out because we've never gone past 10 ranks. So that would probably get screwed up. But other than that, like it'll work fine. They might do something silly like you can only get certain Pokemon during certain ranks. So like a Pokemon such as like not Pika Libre ranked locked, but more of something like somewhere between rank 7 and 10. There is you can only get this Pokemon, and then from like rank 10 to 12 or 15 you can only get this Pokemon, something like that, which to me is like very silly, but I could see them doing something like that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's kind of the difference between the Tropius situation and pretty much all the other regionals. It's like Tropius matters. Most of the other ones really don't, because they've figured out how to make sure they don't throw relevant stuff there. So hopefully they will not throw anything super relevant. Anybody see a downside to the season system? I think if I were living in the Southern Hemisphere, I would appreciate the idea that I was not catching the ice related Pokemon when I was off season, as it were. Although you could see some potential positive PvP/IV implications there. What do you think, NHoff?
Yeah, so I think this is a really nice like announce and like all that stuff. I think it's going to devolve into a lot of what we have at the moment of like when there's not an event going on, there's like kind of these very unexciting spawns of like, oh, I see, you know, a bunch of Alolan Rattata, and I see a lot of Pidove and Sentret, and like, you know, these Route 2 spawns, and that's fine, and like that might shift seasonally, every 3 months or whatever. I think in terms of assuming that it'll match like the time of year, I think that actually might work against it being great for like hunting PvP IVs, because hypothetically when it's winter, you're going to get a bunch of ice spawns, and then like if it's snowy weather, they're all going to be weather boosted. That also doesn't completely align though, because like obviously it's not always the same weather in game unless you live in like England where it's raining all the time, or like something where like all the weather's all the same. I think as a whole though, it's just going to be like, okay, every 3 months we get a little bit of a shake up, at least is how I assume it's going to work, because otherwise it's like Niantic watching every few weeks and being like, oh, now it's going to change. And they don't do that at the moment, so I just feel like it's going to be the same as right now, where if there's an event going on, you see all the event spawns. If there's not an event going on, you see all the meh regular spawns. And every 3 months, what you have as a meh regular spawn changes. I think that's a good thing. Like, I don't ever see certain things that other people see all the time. And like, I don't normally see a ton of Growlithe here. When it's sunny out, I see Vulpix, which is nice now that Vulpix has a shiny, but like, if each season that changes, my like sunny spawns, if my rainy spawns changed and it wasn't Lotad all the time, like, not that I don't love Lotad and Lunicolo, they're great Pokemon, but like, it's like, oh, the rain hits and like 5 of them pop up on the map automatically, and I'm like,
Right.
oh, that's fine. It would be super cool if I got like, I don't know, Marill spawn. Like, I never see Marill around here. which I don't need a new Azumarill, but like it'd be neat to see one. Get a
Right.
shiny or something.
Right.
So I think it's going to be a lot of how it is at the moment, where it's like the majority of it is just your day-to-day if there isn't an event going on, but your day-to-day is going to actually change once every 3 months as opposed to never.
Right. Any seasons input from my 2 official Bellsprouts?
I honestly don't know how it's all gonna work, but I'm excited for it. Because like especially for like places like Australia and places that where it's winter but it's like also 100 degrees outside and then there's snow respawning. It just makes the game so much more deep. It's like actually like a world that we're living in now instead of just like it's just overlaid on top of everything. And just let's just pretend that it's chilly and these snowbirds aren't burning out here in 100-degree temperature. Now it's a lot more realistic, so that's really, really nice that they're doing that. So
Right.
yeah, that's all input. I honestly don't know much about it. I
don't think
barely
anybody
even
knows for sure. It's just kind of one of those things where
Yeah.
you just kind of think of it being implemented, and I wonder how it will look.
Yeah, I think because when weather came out, it was huge, right? Because they had like the different like for windy, it was like the wind coming in, and then like for foggy, it's like the fog, and you have these different changes that are made. So maybe for like autumn, they'll have like leaves on the ground, like autumn leaves falling from the sky. That would be kind of cool, right? And then like autumn leaves blowing in the wind
But
when
is
it's
there
windy.
a sticker?
And then stickers falling from the sky and then on the ground. That wouldn't make sense at all. But no, I know what you mean, like autumn stickers. They could do like I don't know. I really like the Halloween stickers. I was thinking like Pumpkaboo isn't out yet, but that would have been a good sticker. Or it could be a good sticker if they ever come out with Pumpkaboo, which they're going to, because
Mimikyu is not out.
Kalos.
It's in a sticker, isn't it? Or is it not? I thought it was.
Is it? I'm not sure. If they have
Alyssa,
Mimikyu,
sticker expert, is there a Mimikyu sticker?
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
Oh, I don't know if Alyssa, can you talk real quick?
Oh, I was.
Oh, there you
go. Oops.
Oh, all
My
good.
bad, guys.
Yeah, I didn't know if there's like a volume issue or not, but yeah, yeah, I don't think there's a Mimikyu sticker. There's the Mimikyu outfit,
right?
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Pumpkaboo would be great as a sticker, like some kind of like a. I would imagine for this time of year sticker would be like a pumpkin spice kind of vibe, but I don't know. I don't know what Pokemon really fits that. I guess you could have like a Sandshrew sticker for Hoff would be kind of cool. That would be sick. Like with some autumn leaves and a Sandshrew, because it's a ground type. I don't know.
Ethan hired for Niantic marketing team this week, confirmed. He's going to be
honestly
standing in a boardroom pitching pumpkin spice vibe stickers.
Pumpkin spice Pikachu costume.
I'm all for the Sandshrew sticker. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. So like maybe some ground types with like some autumn leaves. That would be a cool sticker idea. Yeah.
Welcome to Between Two Bellsprouts, where we pitch ideas to Niantic about which stickers we would like to see. That's what we do, and we're proud of it.
You could do a Torterra, but the tree on the back's got autumn leaves instead
nice.
of green.
It'll be
that's
seasonal
nice.
variations, just like
Mhm.
the deerling. Yeah.
Or like Bulbasaur with like a pumpkin on its back or something. Yeah,
A
that could be
shiny
cool.
Cyndaquil, all sorts of possibilities.
Yeah, exactly. So
Let's see. And I wanted to go around, and I can see that at least amongst the Bellsprouts, nobody has a shiny Slowpoke, as I do not either. Do NHoff
Ugh,
or
I hate that
Max
thing.
have a shiny Slowpoke?
I do not. I'm very sad. I got today. I got again a bunch of shinies, and quite a few event shinies. I did not get the Slowpoke. I did very happily get another Alolan Sandshrew, which I'm very happy about, because it's my favorite. But no Slowpoke.
You get one, Max? Is Max hiding? Max is hiding out, it seems like.
I don't think he's on the call anymore.
Oh, okay.
no, Max left.
Oh,
Max left.
Okay, he dropped
Yeah.
off. Sorry. All right.
Yeah, he dropped off.
I'm guessing he did not get one since he's not a tryhard. Oh, I see that.
No, he's a casual. He's a filthy casual like us.
So nobody here has the shiny.
No.
Shiny. My daughter saw it as somebody else's buddy, and it almost was enough to get her to start playing the game again. But
really,
nope.
Really?
I don't even have one. I can't even be like, I'll trade you one.
I really like Slowbro shiny because it's the same color as Lapras, and I like that color. It's a nice color. But yeah,
an excellent purple color indeed.
Yeah.
So there are a couple things going on with regard to XP and friendship. They are going to give basically a vanity badge to people who reach level 40 by the end of the year. I think for all of us, it's probably just not an issue. For somebody like my wife, it'll probably be something that she gets, but just barely under the wire. And they are giving us extra XP from now till the end of the year. And they are giving us this friendship event that we're in the midst of, which started on the 18th and goes through the 13th. Has anybody had any real game implications in terms of the friendship event? I could see where if you weren't thinking about it, it would mess up your egg stacking or whatever the things we were talking about before that the quote tryhards do. But is there anything positive, negative, indifferent about that you guys have to take away from either the XP or the friendship bonus? I don't think they're really aimed at us squarely, but they're a thing.
I mean, I'm pretty behind in XP. I don't have hundreds of millions or anything like that, so I'm working on it. Ethan and I just went best yesterday. Yesterday, right?
Yeah, that was hype. I was so hype.
Good one.
Yeah. So yeah, that helped a lot because I think yesterday, it's insane. I think yesterday I made like 3 million XP off of just friends.
Whoa.
Yeah, off of just friends.
I didn't know anybody still did that. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy because I was walking with Andy, right, and he was like. We were just joking because I was like, "Oh, I have another friend. I'm gonna open it," and he was like, "You're gonna catch up to me. You gained like 200 million in one day, haven't you? Just for friends." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be level 100 before you." And I just kept opening. I was like contacting people and just like, "Okay, can I open your gift?" Yep. Okay, cool. And it was so much. I think in total I made 5 million yesterday. Yeah. But that was with friendship and catching. So I really like the extra XP incentive though. That's nice. So thank you, Alyssa, for contributing to that.
Anytime.
Part of that.
Yes. Yeah, no, a large part, but yeah. large part.
So we have the let's see, we have the Nidoran Research Day. Is there anybody who thinks that Nidoran Research Day has any significance outside of just shiny ketchup? Obviously there have been like the party hat Nidoran. We've talked about maybe there being a middle level cup with like 1000 CP middle evolution or something crazy like that, where Nidorino was a thing with Poison Sting, I think. But I'm thinking it's not really PvP relevant. Anybody else feel otherwise on the raid day, especially good with the IVs we're gonna get?
Yeah, I think it's largely just catching the shinies if you want the shinies of both, but it's not going to have an exclusive move. It's not going to come out at good IVs for Nidoking or Nidoqueen. It's just, I like the research days. I think they're nice and kind of like a very low stress event where I don't really have to leave my apartment to play. But yeah, it's not something I'm going to sweat over.
Right. I still don't have a male Nidoran shiny, and I know that I do appreciate those days as well, and my wife, who's definitely much more of a casual, seems to appreciate them as well. So I'm all for it, but I can't think of any reason we need to delve too deeply into that. Lake Trio raids, we're going to get those back, but the twist this time is that Niantic has said they are not going to prevent us from doing those remotely. So I think anybody who went to GoFest or wanted to go to GoFest 2 years ago can remember that basically all that anybody was doing was looking for the Shellos that was the opposite of their hemisphere, which of course in most cases was they wanted the blue one, and people wanted the Lake Trio that was not Azelf. And now people who do not have them are going to get those. Is that going to have any real impact on anything PvP either? I know that Azelf is probably the strongest of the three for functional purposes, but there's not really any PvP relevance to the other two at all, and even Azelf isn't a big player, right?
So Azelf's relevance was for raids as basically like a B tier Mewtwo, and now it's like a C tier Mewtwo because Mewtwo is just so good for psychic types. Uxie, the one that's in APAC, is actually the only one that like from a raid is under 1500. The other two are too big, and it's the most like bulk oriented one. That being said, it's again like I forget who was saying earlier. I think it was Max, where like you get a typing and you think of like the apex predators in that typing. Uxie is just outclassed by Hypno in basically every way, and then also by things like Cresselia. Like I really want one because I want to have a PvP like Pokedex at some point where I just have every single Pokemon you can get for Great League, but it's not. It's not something that you should be grinding for like the best IV of any of the three. They don't break out of the meta in any of the three leagues, but they're fun.
How much do you think that Niantic's thinking on how they're handling this is impacted by the pandemic situation? Do you think if we were under normal circumstances, we would have a different arrangement on the raids? Do you think maybe they would just rotate them through differently? Kind of, what was the one that they rotated? Was it
they did I want to say Volbeat and Illumise. They rotated
in the wild. There was something it was I feel like it was the legendary dogs. Like they rotated them through the different regions where like you had one for a certain amount of time and then you got the other one, but they weren't the same throughout the world. I was thinking, if they were still trying to maintain some level of exclusivity but not completely open the floodgates, they could just do one rotation where like you could get the second one but you wouldn't get the third one. But it kind of feels like maybe it was just a nod by them to the fact that they're not going to be able to easily or effectively monetize those beyond getting the remote raid passes, which I'm sure for a few days they're going to get an absolute ton of those.
A lot. Yeah, I think under normal circumstances, it probably wouldn't look like this. I know there is in the code a way for them to region lock the raids that they chose not to do for this go around.
Right.
But like if they knew an in-person event was coming up where people could trade, you know, say we're in Azelf's region and Mesprit rotated here. Like they might say, okay, GoFest is coming up. You're going to want to raid a lot of the Mesprit so that you can trade for a Yuxi from someone else who was in like this region. And like, as much as we want to like tie things down to like monetization and stuff, Niantic also just seems to like focusing on like the social aspect or like trading and interacting and all that.
Right.
So like that might be another feature that, again, if we had a GoFest coming up or a Safari Zone or any in-person event that very much isn't possible right now, I can definitely see that happening. I could see them rotating it or just keeping them as the same and saying, okay, no remote raiding into a different region, but who kept, you know, a stockpile of Azelf in their inventory, because I don't think many people have. So like, we're going to give you this raiding opportunity for a regional right before this in-person event, and you're going to want to raid them hard so that you can leverage them for trades.
Right.
But yeah, right now I think it's just pandemic.
Yeah.
They're going to let us do it.
All right. And Ethan and Alyssa, how many of the raids do you plan to do once the remote raids go live in comparison to other things, when you're thinking about like things that are PvP relevant or just things that you like? Are these gonna be a huge draw for you or not?
I'll do them. I mean, I won't do a ton. Actually, I take that back. They come out about the same time the leveling up is going to be a thing, right?
Right.
But yeah, I'll probably do all of them. I'm like, I'll probably do all of the required raids the first day and just get it done.
Nice. And
Just
how
take
many?
my money.
How many are you going to do, Ethan? Even if we know that the estimate will not necessarily be accurate.
I'm gonna do a lot, but I'm only gonna do a lot of Uxie, I think, because Uxie is like Hoff. I want a PvP Uxie. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll do one Mesprit, and then I'll do like every Uxie. So if there's someone with Uxies in chat, please speak up, please. Thank you.
All right, I'm really afraid to screw something up here because I could have an unbelievably special on-stream spawn here, but I was having issues with my screen capture earlier, so I don't want to mess it up. I want to catch it, and then we'll see what we have, and potentially I will be really excited here. So,
Okay.
We're on the edge of our seats.
let's see. Oh, well, it's a shiny Eevee. It's not PvP IVs. I was thinking it would be amazing if it were a shiny Eevee that I could turn into a Sylveon that I could use. And so then I could have named it NHoff or something. But in any case, Yard Shiny Eevee. Yeah, there we go. Yard Shiny Eevee. Not as exciting as it could have been.
Still pretty exciting.
Yeah. We'll also get Shiny Goldeen with the Lake Trio. Sea King, we can all go back and forth about whether that's really relevant with the number of elite TMs you have to invest into it. I'm going to say not too many people are going to be rocking a triple legacy Shiny Sea King. Go for it if that's your jam. They released more information on the city spotlights. We already knew they were going to be focused in APAC and places where you were more able to go out. We knew that there were going to be paid and free versions. The one thing that I thought was kind of interesting, which opens the door for future kind of pay to win kind of scenarios are the up to 3 extra hearts with your buddy in every category on the paid ticket. How do people feel about Niantic starting down this road of the fact that you can literally pay to speed up the buddy process in a way that essentially nobody else could emulate? And it's for lack of a better term, we'll go back down the road of NHoff terminology of the feels bad kind of thing. Do you think that there's a justification for that? Or do you think it's a feels bad all the way around, NHoff?
Yeah, so I can speak to this because Left K in the chat actually did the City Spotlight the other day. There were 36 hearts in total that you can get with your buddy, and the normal amount that you can get with a Poffin is 20. I don't really feel like it's that big of a deal because it is this like 1 day limited event. If it was something where it was like, I don't know, a super Poffin or something like where you could do it every single day, I think it would be more drastic. And like if it was something, so like at the moment Poffins arguably do that because you hit 20. But if you do play hard, you can like get that on your own. You just have to like battle every like 15 minutes or, you know, go. It's ridiculously hard and people do it, but I'm like, not my jam. I'm just going to do my easy, like feeding 3 times, walking a few kilometers, playing with it and screenshot. I think this is largely just like a hype thing for their event of like, look at this flashy thing where you got 36 hearts instead of 20. I think it would be great if they just were testing it and released it everywhere because the best buddy grind is kind of a chore. It's kind of like this Tamagotchi thing that you want to do because it's good for PvP, but otherwise I wouldn't do it. So I wouldn't mind it being widely accessible. I think if it's accessible in this way where you can pay to get it faster, like that's kind of a bummer, but I'm not like super heartbroken over it. Just because I don't know. I feel like regardless, the buddy system in terms of like getting best buddies is just imperfect and not really something that I super enjoy.
Right.
And I wouldn't pay to do it faster because I don't like. I feel like almost anything I best buddy, I start like as soon as I need to and like get it done as fast as I can. Anyway, and I never do it at a rate where I feel like I'm disadvantaged because someone else got it faster. But that's me personally, who's like super like about. I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where I'm like disadvantaged because of this.
Oh man, I wish I could say that. Like the number of times I've messed that up, my like a Toxicroak that I get best buddy the day after Ultra League rotates out. And, like, I mean, I do that absolutely constantly, and I'm just like always on that teetering point of like I could literally pay for a Poffin that would be unbelievably inefficient, or I could just live without it, and it's just like I don't know. I'm not a fan.
I'll use it next season. And then level 50 came out, and it's like, oh no,
right?
My best buddy.
Exactly. Yeah, my best buddy Toxicroak Ultra League is now no longer a hundo for best buddies anymore. Rip the 13, 15, 15. Let's see. I don't think it came as a big surprise to anyone, but it is rather remarkable the fact that Niantic did an about face essentially and said, yeah, those pandemic bonuses that we gave you and then we took them away. Amidst all of the other things that they were announcing, they basically just said, oh yeah, by the way, we realized that was we can't do that anymore, and all the stuff is pretty much rolled back to where it was. I think that'll definitely help for community days and other things moving forward. I think it definitely is something you can feel pretty easily, the incense and other things. But anybody else have a take on that other than just like, why did we even have to go through that little rigmarole with them?
I think like it's a bummer that we don't have a quarter incubators anymore. I think that's one that they didn't roll back, at least if I recall correctly.
Right.
But the rest of them they did, and like that's really nice that they did. I think like I don't understand why they rolled it back in the first place. It was really bad timing from a PR perspective, because I'm pretty sure it was like the same weekend that like the UK went back into lockdown, and it's like very obvious that they don't need to do this. I don't know why they rolled them back. Maybe like something with their numbers, like people weren't using incubators, or I don't know. But I think pretty much anyone who plays the game is going to agree that it's better now that we have them again, because it just is a better quality of life.
Right. Right. Indeed. Anybody not a fan? I mean, I will confess that when they did it the first time, I wasn't super bent out of shape about it, just because it felt like the character of the game has definitely been lost in some sense, because it's just, it's no longer a game about going places, and the way that the things were designed, it really just disincentivized people from even doing simple things like getting out and walking their neighborhood and that sort of thing. But it's difficult. It's a difficult line for them to walk. I can appreciate that, and definitely think it's appropriate that they went back. I think it's pretty hard to argue.
Yeah. You were mentioning earlier about like seeing shadows on your radar and stuff like that, or Alyssa was saying like driving to like a thing and like pinging people about it. During the Halloween event, I had that. I saw a gullet on the nearby, and like I never see gullet at all, and that was like super exciting. So I definitely get that and what you're saying. Like, there's a lot of that that's kind of missed by some of these. That like if I wasn't out and about, like I was grabbing burritos, I think, when I saw the gullet on the nearby, but like if I wasn't doing that, no, I wouldn't go out and explore.
Right. I will be interested to see what kind of a rollout we get on Kalos region. I think that if recent past is any indication, we're probably going to see a staggered rollout, and I mean, the staggered rollouts are great from the standpoint of longevity of the content, but it still will not be able to match the hype of when the gens get marched out kind of en masse. Let's see. That is most of what I've seen. Is there anything else anybody thinks amongst all that stuff that they announced that was like truly major PvP stuff on the Niantic side?
I don't think there's anything. We're still waiting on the December community day.
That was that was what I was gonna say. Is we've got to get that that notification this week. It's probably going to come, I'm thinking, tomorrow or Tuesday, or Monday or Tuesday. I guess we're technically Monday right now. So I feel like we will get the announcement on Community Day. So this feels to me like another round the panel question is, will we get the catch-up day that we are used to? And if the answer is no, then what do you think that we would actually see?
I think it'll be a yes. I think we'll get the catch-up day, and I think there'll be some kind of special spawns or research or something similar to what we had this past December.
I also think there's going to be a makeup community day with all the moves, even though TMs are now a thing. I think they've done it in the past, and they're going to keep doing it. So, yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised if happened again. So it's probably going to happen, and there's going to be even more of an incentive to do it because of the sheer amount of Pokemon spawning right now, and lucky eggs being a thing, and more XP being a thing, and catching up on all the stuff you don't have being a thing. Yeah. So yeah.
I hate to break the trend, but I think they're going to do catch up, but for only 2019 and 2020. I think they want to avoid the evolving Charmander and getting both Dragon Breath and Blastburn. I think that's something that they've kind of brought themselves into a corner with, and they don't want it to feel like you get something better by waiting until after the community day, until the catch-up day.
Right.
Which is unfortunate because I think that would be great for all the players. Like, I want it to be 2018, 2019, and 2020. But I think they're going to be like, oh, it's now just the year and the year prior because that's what they did last year, or something to that effect.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd love it for it to be everything. No, I mean, obviously.
Right.
I could see that.
Yeah, I could see that too. The thing with that though is that they did bring Articuno into raids again with Hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
So like if they're worried about people that have already TM'd their things, they did that with Articuno. So like I mean they've done it in the past. So I'm hoping that that isn't the case, but I can also see that happening, and I wouldn't be disappointed if that happened. So it's definitely like a weird thing though to have a Pokemon that gets 2 community day moves if you evolve it. Yeah, I don't know how that interacts. Like I can't even imagine like in the future if a Pokemon ends up getting another community day and there's 2 charge moves. Like how does that work if there's 2 possible charge moves?
Right.
Like do you just like double move?
Like Dragonite almost was.
Yeah, like superpowers and the Draco Meteor. Like
Right.
how, what do you do? Do you like double move it ahead of time or and then evolve it or?
Yeah, so I heard some ideation about that. Also with Blastoise, when it was
right.
Hydro Cannon or Aura Sphere.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And some people were like, well, if it's a Saturday and Sunday event, like maybe on Saturday it gets one and on Sunday it gets the other. And they could do that with Charizard too. They could be like, if you evolve it on Saturday, it gets Blast Burn, and on Sunday it gets Dragon Breath. And that would be crummy because, again, I feel like everyone's just like, why can't we just get both? Especially when it's a fast and a charge. But like, there would be ways, I guess, to do that. That wouldn't be as clunky, but it depends if we ever see that.
Yeah, it feels like Niantic could easily go one way or the other, and it might not be a very holistic decision. It could be like frankly, our game is just not designed to do that, so we're going to go with the easy way, or it could be a right now elite TMs or something we can sell, and so we're not going to go that way, and then they could reverse course in the future. But I don't know. My call is no catch-up day. We get 2 community days, and one is Snorunt and the other one is Delibird. There you go. There's my off the wall prediction that we'll get.
Did you just say no catch up day?
I said no catch up day. We get 2. We get Snorunt and Delibird. That's what we get, and we're gonna like it.
Okay, I mean fair, I guess. All right.
And Delibird will just get back Ice Shard or whatever it had.
I wouldn't mind a bunch of shiny Delibird. I still don't have one.
I do not either. I agree.
Exactly. Maybe like they could be in a costume too, and then like with the shiny, that would be at least cool, kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know.
But we still won't be able to get Icy Shard return. Icy Shard return Delibird without an elite TM. It still won't be possible, and we won't be able to get it anymore because they aren't going to give us purified ones again. They'll give us something different because they never like to give us the shadows / purified at the same time that they give us the community day. They like to make it difficult.
Kind of like how they did Sandshrew after Little Cup.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really smart.
They love to play these little games and little cups and all these things.
I wish I had a Sandshrew.
Alyssa, you and I obviously were connected to the Turkey Tourney, and that one, they had their draft today. Did you say that you saw the draft, Scientist? I was unable to see the draft. What sorts of broadcast did you see? I think that it probably
I saw it on Team Rocket PvP. I don't know if they're still in chat, but on James's stream or James' stream, and then like Sosa and Pogo Joel were doing it, like the shoutcasting, and there were some interesting picks. I don't know how I believe in Ryan a lot, but I don't know how he's gonna do this. I believe in him though. He picked Blaziken, which is really spicy. And I believe in it.
He avoided Ludicolo getting banned as well. I mean, he was able to use Ludicolo, which we speculated he might get banned just for meme purposes.
Yeah, he's using Ludicolo and Blaziken in the same team. I'm super excited to see how he does. I hope he absolutely sweeps the competition, but I'm nervous for him too.
I'm looking at Abanav's team of Hypno, Toxicroak, Umbreon, Charizard, Venusaur, Magnezone, and it's looking pretty darn meta. I mean, he's a man who knows how to steer a meta team, so I'm not gonna fault him. But when you look at a draft kind of team, you don't normally see something quite that straightforward and meta. It's pretty looks pretty solid. Anything out of what do you think of your Western folks, Dre Flames and Queen of the Cutie? Do you think they collaborated and are conspiring on any level?
Well, what I do know is that Dre Flames is using Pelipper, and I'm super hyped about that because Pelipper's amazing.
That I think was
Shiftry
his calling card as well.
Yeah, his calling cards. So I'm sure. I feel like I couldn't help but while I was watching, I couldn't help but feel like they were just like collaborating on a couch together or something. Like they were just like next to each other, like talking it out. but
conspiracy confirmed.
Yeah, I feel like they're just like chilling somewhere, like at a table or on a couch or something, just like talking it out. Like, oh, he picked this. Like, yeah. But I mean, that's pretty cool. I feel like, but.
And I'm not gonna lie, Alyssa, I don't see how Pokemon Trigger can make this team work that he's got. He's got
the Pokemon Trigger.
Shadow Gardevoir, Shadow Zapdos, Dugong, Mantine, Poliwrath, and Fortress. So right there you've got 2 Glassy Shadow users. You've got 2 debuffers, and then you've got Poliwrath, who very often is going to be running Ice Beam as well. Like these are some weird coverages and such that they're gonna have. I can't.
I'm looking at it for the first time right now, and that's interested to see what his plan is with those. I'm sure he's got a plan.
I'm sure he's got a plan. I just can't imagine when you get to that last pick and you're like, what do I pick to round out my team? And you pick Mantine when you've already got Dugong. We will see. Maybe that'll be the secret strat, the double debuffer strategy. I can't imagine. Anyhow. All right, we had that. I know we had Endon in the chat who probably could have done a good job of telling us where they stand in the Go Team Up. I wanted to at least acknowledge where that stood. I know that they were just about ready to move on. We keep getting reminders that things are moving on, even though we are not. Let's see.
Yeah.
It was a good run.
It was a really good run. Oh, jeez.
I don't think I can quickly find those results, but we are at the end of a very, very long show with a ton of news, and I think it's fair to say we'll get back to that one.
Yeah.
I think we shattered our record, did we not? We're at the 5-hour mark almost.
I think we are. We're almost to the 5-hour
This
mark.
is
Thankfully,
really
we started
long.
early. It was incredibly long. I appreciate Endun for hanging out the entire time, and NHoff. Jeez, I did it again. I did.
Who's Endun?
Who's Endun? Who's Endun indeed? But
Endun, if you're
NHoff,
here.
thank you so much for sticking it out. I normally try and give the disclaimer when we're starting that you really are not obligated to stay for the whole time, but you didn't make any gripes about it even, and were an unbelievable good sport and contributor to this conversation.
Thank you. It was great to be along.
So
Yeah.
I am thinking anybody who has any eyes on anything can feel free to tell me different. I see Jimma is online, and he was obviously hanging around earlier today in the chat. Anybody know that he's been on too long and isn't going to be on long, or want to point me a different direction?
I think let me see. I thought I saw Rocksteady on, but
I don't.
okay, left Jay.
She's offline now.
Oh,
Okay.
she's offline.
Mm-hmm.
There's Wally Dog, White Chocolat, or Chocolat.
White Chocolate's probably going to be on for a while, I suppose, since the time zones are what they are. So I guess
He's been streaming for an hour and a half.
All right, we can do that.
Yeah.
All right, Emma 5 cents. Thank you so much for sticking with us for that whole 5 hours. We do tend to be on the long side. I mean, I would say 3.5 is short for us, but this is still stretching the limits. We're going beyond in Pokemon Go in this show. Hopefully, the weeks to come will bring fun, clarity, joy in this game and in this community, and we will not be just like, why did we ever get this stupid level 50 thing?
Yeah.
I always have to give. Did I get it? I got it right? I think I did.
Right.
There we go. So nice to have to spell these things carefully each time. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Please come on back next week when we'll probably have less to discuss, but we'll probably be able to be more focused about it and give you some real targeted information. Enjoy Catch Cup if you're going to partake, just like Ethan is, even though he doesn't admit it. Good night, everybody. Send some emotes to White Chocolat, and we shall see you next week.
Bye.
All right.